You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Hello everyone and welcome to Force 13 Live. You're currently looking at Teal 73, an Air Force Reconnaissance aircraft. It's flying in to Hurricane Eta. We've been having recon problems throughout the day today, but it looks like we're finally going to begin getting some recon data here within the next couple of hours. With me I do have quite the team tonight, consisting of Amy, David, Christian, Kay, and Ryan. How are all of you doing this evening?
Good evening.
Alright, well this has been, it's been quite the day, and Eta's been something to watch. If we take a look at the satellite imagery, I mean, this storm's just been looking absolutely mesmerizing, to say the least, and that eye is beginning to clear, which has been a point of concern throughout the day today. What exactly are we thinking, and what can the expectations be as the storm continues to move on through?
Well, like I said in my storm update video, storm is about 20-ish hours, if that, away from landfall, and there is that possibility of landfalling as Category 5.
Yes, certainly, and I'm sure we're going to get quite a few questions about that tonight. We do have quite a bit going on. And Amy, I see there you are screen sharing some satellite imagery. What are your current thoughts here on Eta as we take a look at your rapid scan imagery?
Well, I can tell you one thing, it's got some pretty good cloud tops surrounding its eye. And on this imagery, you can see the eye starting to clear out. You can actually start to see in the last few frames, maybe some of the ocean starting to peek through.
Yeah, definitely not good news in those terms. David, what have you been seeing on the storm as of late?
Well, we've been, the last 4-5 hours looking at it, but the satellite imagery is getting better, and the eye is really clearing out. I'm impressed with the cutter within the eye, the blue. Just looking at what's on the screen, Thomas, there's a lot more blue, and I would support your comment or Christian's comment about seeing the sea. But it's a monster.
Yes. This is a monstrosity of a tropical cyclone. And we're finally going to get some reconnaissance aircraft data, which is important when making forecasts for this storm. So speaking of which, we'll be getting to recon data, but we've had numerous problems. This, what you're seeing on your screen, is a recon mission from earlier today. You can see the recon just goes out, turns right back around. We've been having numerous problems with these planes. You know, we've been hearing a lot on social media about it as well. We're happy that planes are going in there. Mechanical faults do happen. We just had some really unfortunate timing with them today. And with that being said, I think that the next thing that would be good to do is just take a look at what exactly people are forecasting. So what I have pulled up here, and I think that we can have some people on our team explain this, this is called a multi-model diagnostic chart. So basically this tells you about all the different solutions that weather models are showing. So what do we think of this chart? I know, Christian, you looked at this a lot earlier today as you were making your update. So what are we thinking right now with this storm?
Well, again, like I said, the intensity is really going to skyrocket according to this. I'm not sure exactly where we are on the graph right now. There's some, it depends on what time zone. Oh yeah, Zulu. What? So again, we're just closing in on the third of 0 Zulu, so it looks like it's gonna peak a little bit more and then dramatically decrease. Then you've got the shear, which is also expected to rise, and then sort of the models go all over the place after that, and it looks at it.
Yeah, a lot of uncertainty with that. I know, Kay, you've been keeping very close track of this storm today. What's it looking like when it comes to the possibilities for track? I know the National Hurricane Center, their forecast cone for this storm shows it degrading into a remnant low and then reforming out in the Caribbean. Can you explain what exactly is going on there?
Well, basically, the storm or its remnants are expected to recurve and move back over water into the same incredibly favorable conditions that it's currently rapidly intensifying in. So, any tropical disturbance in those conditions would become a tropical cyclone, and that's what the global models are wanting. In fact, they're hinting at the possibility, longer term into next week, that we could see a hurricane, if not major hurricane landfall in Cuba.
Yeah, so that's definitely a problem. So we could see this remarkable intensification. I know the ocean heat content is even higher out there. There have been a lot of comparisons drawn with this storm. We do have someone who I consider to be quite an expert on cyclone history, Ryan Leahy. What kinds of storms could you say we could be comparing this to for kind of reference or as an analog?
Well, I mean, there are a few of them if we're talking about, storms that have impacted this area. Hurricane Joan of 1988 comes to mind. That was also a late season. I believe that was like late October-ish. I'm not entirely certain on that, but that was another late season storm that kind of really rapidly intensified into a Cat 4. Some people think it was a Cat 5, but a strong storm that hit Central America. There's also a lot of comparisons with Felix of 2007. That was the last Cat 5 to make landfall in this area. And then there's a few others like Otto of 2016 was further south than this. That was like Costa Rica. That was very far south for a major hurricane, but a lot of comparisons with that. That was the last major hurricane in the month of November in the Atlantic Basin before Eta. So a lot of interesting analogs, but I feel like this is kind of how do I say it? There isn't really the best comparison. It's not like a storm exactly like this has happened from what we know of. It's certainly very unusual to have this strong of a storm in early November. Cat 4, it could even get to Cat 5, and if that happens, then it'd be only the second Cat 5 hurricane on record in the month of November in the Atlantic Basin, the other one being one of the Cuba hurricanes. I think it was 1932, I believe. Yeah.
And just to add on to that too, operationally at least from the National Hurricane Center, there's only ever been one other storm that's ever intensified this quickly from tropical storm status to Category 4 status, and that would be Delta of earlier this year. So
Actually, Strat, it would be Wilma, because Delta took 15 minutes longer.
Oh my god! I was looking at a graphic earlier today. I think I just completely flopped on that one though. But regardless, that that puts this in the top 3 in recorded history for intensification from tropical storm to Category 4 status operationally. So just keeping that in mind, it's an extraordinary event that doesn't really have any great comparisons to it, at least in the observations that we've seen today. And frustratingly, without recon to really give 100% the best direct readings, but we have to go off of what we have from satellite estimates.
Mm. You did. However, I'm seeing a burst of minus 90s. Mm.
Dude, it's silent. It's silent. They can't hear us at all.
Oh no!
They can hear you guys. Now they can hear me. There we go.
Oh god, okay.
There we go. My apologies about that. But here we go. So the big thing that I was attempting to say was we have a forecast product here. And this is a Category 4 that we have on the Saffir-Simpson scale right now, 140 miles per hour, 942 millibars. And you can also see the forecasted landfall at 155 miles per hour. That is 135 knots. This is a CDPS Stage 8. Could be a Stage 9, we don't know yet. We'll have some new info on that soon. But it is a Stage 8 on the CDPS scale as of the last time we ran it. An extraordinarily dangerous storm for both Honduras and Nicaragua. This is definitely going to be something to look at closely. With that being said, we do also forecast that remnant low before it does re-strengthen in the Caribbean, and again, as Kay said earlier, it could rapidly intensify. We have key messages as well, and you can see here with these main threats, Eta is undergoing rapid intensification, and is around 20 hours from making landfall, possibly. We don't exactly know when landfall is, it's quite uncertain, we'll get into that in a little bit, but you can see that that could definitely be a problem. Something that is mentioned in this key messages that I do think is important to note, we currently forecast a 155 mile per hour landfall. This could certainly be stronger than that. We'll probably, when we get into questions, go into more details about just how strong that could be. And heavy rainfall is a massive concern with over 900 millimeters of rainfall in local areas being possible. That is just absolutely incredible amounts of rain, and we're already seeing flooding in Honduras, so it's really dangerous there. If you're in the warning areas for this storm, or you're in the high impact area that we have for this storm, you need to be rushing your preparations to completion if you have not already. Landfall is expected to occur around tomorrow morning. And finally, this is our rainfall graphic, with over 20 inches of rain being forecasted in some areas on this graphic in particular, again, we think in local areas we could see over 900 millimeters or 35 inches. Absolutely crazy amounts of rain could fall with this. So now that we've taken a look at our stuff, we do have the National Hurricane Center's products here. And to the team, what exactly are we thinking right now? Do we agree with the National Hurricane Center's forecast? And what do we think about the impacts this storm could bring?
I think they've managed to get the impacts and their key messages pretty well nailed down. There's going to be an almost unsurvivable storm surge, especially if you're near the coast. There's going to be catastrophic rainfall, especially in an area that's already at maximum capacity. In fact, we've seen localized flash flooding just from normal autumnal tropical rains before the storms even had any significant influence. And then on top of that, you've got the winds at the landfall location, which is going to be near to or at Puerto Cabezas, we believe, and that's a regional hub for the area, the only airport for a good distance, and it's just going to slow down people getting into there to do aid after the storm passes, because that'll put the only workable landing strip out of order.
Yeah. And then on top of that, too, it's going to be hard to, immediately go back in and start to, I guess, rebuild damage that's done, because the fact that steering currents are going to be relatively weak. With high pressure to the north of the system shifting eastward, it's going to meander over Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, really, for about 3 days or so before its remnants likely reemerge back over the northwestern Caribbean Sea. So on top of the initial impacts, prolonged impacts, which are going to bring out those extremely high rainfall totals, which is why even when this was forecast to be a Category 1 or 2 landfall, it was a Stage 7 on the CDPS scale. That's going to slow down efforts to get to areas that are seeing more significant damages, too.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is going to be a catastrophic storm for some areas, and we can see just on satellite this is looking quite menacing. Do we have any updates on reconnaissance information? I know they're supposed to get there in a couple hours. Is that still the case?
Well, they're about to get further than the previous 3 missions have, which is being in the air for more than half an hour. So hopefully we'll see something within short order. But they've got to cross all the Gulf of Mexico and most of the West Caribbean before they get to this storm.
Yeah, so they have a while to go. Something to note, eye temperature appears to be increasing in these latest frames, and it looks like our full ring of minus 80s has returned. So that's definitely concerning, and it still seems like there is a possibility. I think there's still a possibility that this storm, gets stronger from here. The strengthening appears it could continue for a while. Those waters are going to start to get shallower soon. So to the team, with those minus 80s wrapping all the way around the center and that eye temperature decreasing, what do we think the odds are that this storm intensifies further? I know we have some people thinking that it's peaking now and some people thinking that it's not quite there yet. What are we thinking right now?
To be honest, I don't think it's really quite there yet. You can really still see the, some of the cloud tops still wrapping around the eye there in the latest few frames. So it's probably still intensifying, at least from my perspective.
Well, the reason that people are suggesting it may be peaking is because on the limited radar we have available to us, there appears to be a secondary eyewall developing, which would indicate an eyewall replacement cycle is likely about to commence. Once it fully engages and starts to affect the inner core, it wouldn't be able to strengthen any further, at least with wind speeds. Pressure can still go down through an eyewall replacement cycle until the inner core is fully disrupted. But the cooling the warming eye temperature, I should say, indicates the storm's still deepening.
I think regardless of the exact intensity landfall too, when it makes landfall, or whether or not it gets stronger from here, it isn't going to matter particularly much for people that are about to get impacted by this system in Nicaragua near the landfall location. It's still an incredibly powerful storm, and everyone there should be treating it as such, and if preparations aren't complete already, they should be completed imminently. And I think it's also not really the easiest question to answer, just because we haven't had full solid data to indicate to us what exactly the storm's intensity is. I know pressure estimates and strength estimates earlier today were kind of jumping off the charts a bit, but because Recon had so many glitches with the aircrafts and wasn't able to get to the system, we haven't been able to properly ascertain the actual strength of the system, and have been having to use satellite estimates, which work well, but Recon data is always better.
Yes, for sure. Recon would definitely be preferred, but I know we did mention this storm is undergoing an eyewall, or could be undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle. We'll see if that does occur. We'll continue to keep you up to date on that. But, I am very speculative of saying that this storm has peaked already. I have a sneaking suspicion that this storm has not peaked yet. We'll just have to see. But I think that this is definitely something of interest, to say the least. We have new model runs that are coming out right now. We'll be talking about those later in the hour. But right now, I think the biggest thing that we want to look at is, that this storm could still be intensifying. And also, I think that the biggest thing that I want to get through to people here is that the biggest threat with this is not wind speeds. Rainfall is going to be the biggest threat with this. So, we're going to be talking a lot tonight, I'm sure, about whether this could get to a Category 5, or if it'll be a Category 4, or if it's peaking, or what exactly the, the intensity of the storm is. But that's not the most life-threatening thing about this. There's going to be storm surge, there's going to be incredibly heavy rainfall. I mean, we already have flooding in Honduras, and I think that it's really important to note to the viewers that the biggest threat is going to be rainfall. And I guess the reason why I say that is because regardless of the storm's strength, your preparations need to remain the same. Regardless of whether this is a Category 4 or a Category 5 at landfall, your preparations need to remain the same. You need to be preparing as if this is going to be a Category 5 landfall, and you need to be preparing as if your entire house could be flooded by the end of this. So it's really important that those preparations are rushed to completion if they haven't yet, and that's something that I think we really need to drive home tonight.
Yeah, because, a lot of people talk about the wind speeds because that's how the Saffir-Simpson scale works, and that's, kind of the standard, even though we'd like to use the CDPS scale to give a more full picture, I guess. But 90% of deaths from tropical cyclones happen from flooding, whether that be rainfall or storm surge. And like the key messages have stated, we're looking at the potential for a 12 to 18 foot or 4 to 6 meter storm surge and up to a meter of rain, with widespread areas getting well over half a meter of rain, which would be, closer to 1.5 feet. And that's over several days, even after this storm, either weak areas that will be impacted, and especially for those that will be impacted, need to keep in mind.
All right, something to note real quick. Some people did just experience a little bit of a cutout there for just a second. The stream is back online. We are back. We're not going to be going anywhere, but that was an unexpected cutout. That will not be happening again. We just wanted to let you know we have acknowledged that and we are fixing the problem. Something else that I did want to say is that basically Strat was driving home that rainfall threat. I think we heard a vast majority of it. But something else that I do want to show, David, you found a video here that we're going to be showing shortly. This video does entail the impacts currently in Honduras. So.
Well, he's not in the call at the moment. Oh, now he is.
Let's take a look at that video real quick.
I'm here now.
And just to reference the location, that should be in Tela in Honduras, which is right around San Juan in Honduras.
Yeah, and you can just see that flooding rain that's occurring right now. That's devastating damage that's going to be beginning, and this is why we find it so important that those preparations are rushed to completion, because again, that video is showing you on the ground what's going on. This is extremely dangerous. I mean, you have cars driving through flooding. Don't drive through flooded roads. That's one of the most dangerous things you can do.
And this is before the storm has even made landfall.
Yes, I mean, there's still over a day's worth of rain that's still going to fall from this. And again, over 3 feet of rain in numerous areas there. So,
and
go on.
Yeah, I just want to point out, that area in particular is nowhere near the core of the storm, by the way. That's just outer bands that are several hundred miles away from the center. And the storm won't actually have its center or its remnant center tracked near that for another 2 to 2.5 days. So that really goes to show that impacts inland, not just from the core, which is offshore and still trying to intensify, but just outer bands accumulating over time, can be extremely damaging.
And will be far-reaching.
Yeah, I know we focused a lot on Nicaragua and Honduras just because it's the two countries in proximity for the track, but you are going to be having outer bands reaching all the way down to Costa Rica. You are going to be seeing them come into El Salvador, into Guatemala, into Belize, even into portions of Mexico as we head later into this week. So the potential for widespread, massive rainfall and flooding potential is there, and really highlighted by the key messages by the National Hurricane Center, just emphasizing the risk that this poses.
Absolutely.
Thomas, I'm just following the Eta hash on the Twitter platform, and some of the comments. This storm is another one for the record books. 2020 has been nothing short of jaw-dropping. Then somebody mentions about a 1932 system.
Yes, the only Category 5 recorded in November to date. Although that may be about to change, because the latest ADT estimate has come in at 7.1 raw.
Yeah.
And if that were to maintain for the next 2 hours, it would be 7.1 final, or Category 5.
Yeah, we're gonna.
The appearance is starting to get there.
And unfortunately, as well, recon should hopefully be near the center bar issues within the next 2 to 2.5 hours or so.
Right.
They're still over the north-central Gulf of Mexico right now. The latest update 7 minutes ago had them at 27.8 degrees north, 88.6 degrees west. So by that time as well, if the appearance maintains itself, recon would be there also to give direct readings around that time, and we'd no longer have to just play around with the best satellite estimate tools available.
But equally, in around half an hour's time, we should get the latest subjective Dvorak estimate from the NOAA team with SAB, and that'll be interesting to see what they give it.
It will. Force 13 will also be issuing their latest intensity estimate at top of the hour, so stay tuned for that. We'll be doing hourly intensity estimates throughout this. Before we do go on a quick break here, I do want to talk about the rest of the world, because we do have things going on in other parts of the world. The biggest thing going on in other parts of the world is Atsani, a tropical depression, some may argue a tropical storm, out in the western Pacific. This has been quite uncertain, and it hasn't been developing the way it was supposed to, because Goni, as we all know, made its historic Category 5 landfall and basically sheared this storm. And with that, now the Joint Typhoon Warning Center only forecasting a 75-mile-per-hour peak before the storm moves into the South China Sea. Quite a bit different than what we saw just a few days ago.
Yeah, and definitely probably the most important thing since yesterday is their track shift to the north. A lot of yesterday was consistent, trying to see a landfall in far northern Luzon. Now it has it threading the needle between the Philippines and Taiwan after basically stalling out for about 2 days or so and just gaining organization. It will be interesting to see as we head later into this week if that changes again, just because it's still more uncertain than usual because of its stalling motion. But then also as we head towards days 4 and 5, potential impacts for Hong Kong, southern China, and eventually into Vietnam as well.
Yeah, for sure, and we'll be keeping an eye on that. Pagasa has also issued a cone. You were just seeing the JCWC cone. They're predicting a typhoon for a little bit before this does weaken into a tropical storm as it heads towards China there. And then the other storm that we have, just something to check in on right before we go to break. This is Goni, having a couple of convective bursts in the South China Sea, either a tropical depression or a minimal tropical storm. Regardless, Vietnam will probably be getting a minimal tropical storm, if that, before the storm does weaken down, with heavy rainfall being the primary threat and over 700 millimeters of rain being possible in some spots. So that's going to be a significant rainfall threat for Vietnam on top of all the flooding they've already had. Pagasa has also issued something on it. They're predicting dissipation to occur very shortly with this storm, but we'll see what exactly does happen. Again, though, still a rainfall threat. So we'll definitely have to see what exactly goes on there. Alright, so with that being said, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour. Thank you all so much for watching. And again, we'll be right back. We'll start taking your questions.
You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Alright, we're back on the air here, and something that I do want to note real quick. This storm has been rapidly improving in structure. Welcome back to the stream. We've also updated the hurricane warnings, so they show the actual hurricane warnings now. And with that being said, you know, I'm seeing some worrying signs from this storm. To the team, what are we thinking when it comes to signs from this storm? It's starting to look really concerning to me.
I've been given an update from one of our team who's monitoring the radar behind the scenes, and he says the eye has contracted on radar, the Eyewall has intensified, and combined with the increasing temperatures on satellite, it appears the pressure is dropping rapidly again.
Well, I mean, just looking at the rapid scan really quick, and sometimes it's hard to take too much stock into just a few minutes of frames, but those minus 80s have rapidly built back into the southeastern quadrant where it looked to be a weakness for a second there. You can't say there's a particular weakness there at the moment anymore.
No, it's just been completely washed out at this point. But yeah, it does appear the storm it is intensifying some at this point, and that's definitely going to be put into consideration at the intensity graphic. At the top of the hour, again, at the top of each hour, we're going to have a new intensity estimate, so you'll be able to learn basically what we're thinking at the top of each hour. But this is definitely not a good sign. The eye temperature just breaking in to the minus 20s there, minus 29 last I checked. So it's been intensifying, and with that, there were some rumblings of an eyewall replacement cycle. With that inner core intensifying, do we think that could possibly really kill those chances of an outer eyewall? I know with Goni, we had an outer eyewall that attempted to form, and the inner eyewall was so powerful it just ate it alive. So I don't know if that's what's going to happen here. Do we think that this outer eyewall could fail to form completely?
It's entirely possible that it could fail, but at least for the short term, the inner eyewall is winning the battle and has intensified, and it'd have to be the other way around for us to expect any pause in intensification.
Which unfortunately we're not seeing that at this point. So it does appear that the storm is probably intensifying, at least significantly, which is definitely bad news. It looks like reconnaissance aircraft data is going to be getting in there as we're seeing this intensification continue. I don't know how long this phase is going to go on for, but this is definitely worrying news, to say the least.
Yes, and from what we're seeing with the satellite temperatures, the eye continues to clear, and if it clears to the point where the eye is where you can see the ocean through the eye, where there's no cloud in it whatsoever, we've been told that would indicate a pressure in the 920s or lower, and that would indicate a storm of 150 to 160 miles an hour at that time. But until we see that, it's uncertain what it's doing, basically.
It's definitely uncertain at this point. Alright, we are going to take some questions now. Is this storm comparable to Hurricane Felix? Ryan, I think you'd probably have something to say on that regard.
Well, Hurricane Felix was the last storm to make landfall in Central America as a Category 5. That was back in 2007.
Yeah, that was definitely a storm of concern, to say the least. This could be comparable in some ways, like you said. Another question is, what are the chances that this storm gets to Category 5?
I would give it 30% at this time in the absence of recon, but those could be significantly higher once we get a good fix of what's going on when the plane finally gets in.
Again, with my video update, I did say that it cannot be ruled out. So again, it is possible, and people really should keep an eye on this storm.
Yeah.
But again, the wind speeds aren't going to be the most damaging thing. As Strat said earlier, water is by far the biggest killer in these storms, and while a more intense storm can hold more water, the biggest impacts that's going to cause is increasing the rainfall totals further.
Yeah, I know people are trying to say Felix because it's the last Cat 5 landfall in Nicaragua, but you got to keep in mind that because that storm was moving relatively quickly, it only dropped a maximum of under 10 inches of rain at any single location, at least recorded. This system right now is currently forecast to bring down around 3 feet or a meter of rainfalls maximum, with widespread areas getting 500 millimeters or half a meter plus of rain. So it's a much different story in that it's going to be doing that with way higher rainfall totals, also over a much higher area too, just because it's going to be moving almost at a crawl for the next 3 days after it makes landfall across Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador before it tries to have its remnants potentially reemerge back into the Caribbean Sea, though what that does exactly at that point is pretty uncertain because it isn't clear whether or not Eta will have its actual center of circulation survive or whether or not it will be just remnant energy that reemerges. But regardless, it is important to reiterate 90% of the deaths from tropical cyclones come from flooding, whether that be storm surge or heavy rainfall that can cause mudslides, flash flooding, other concerns. So while we talk about wind speeds a lot because of the Saffir-Simpson scale, there's a lot more to a storm like this.
There's a lot more to a storm like this. That is certainly true. We have another question coming in. Is it possible for this season to tie 2005 with the amount of major hurricanes? Now, I don't know how many major hurricanes we had in 2005, but I know...
7.
7. So how many have we had this year?
We have officially had 5. Zeta could be a 6th. So the only way I would see us tying 2005 is for Zeta to be upgraded in post-analysis and for us to have yet another major after Eta. And that would be another record in itself, because we never had 2 majors in November to my knowledge, and we're already holding the record for most majors after September at 3 between October and November. So it would push a broken record even further, and that would be quite extraordinary on top of what we've already seen this season.
Yeah, and they are back-to-back majors, I think. I could be wrong.
If Zeta were to be upgraded, then it would be back-to-back-to-back-to-back majors after September, and that's just unprecedented.
Yeah.
Were it to be upgraded.
Yeah. A question in the chat as well. Someone's asking, how far out is Eta from landfall?
That's the big question.
I think we said we were going to go over a little bit, but because there's some model uncertainty over whether or not this is going to move just very slowly westward onshore into Nicaragua, and I'm talking about mainland Nicaragua here rather than any occasional islands that pop out. There's some uncertainty whether or not it just moves slowly creeping west inland, or if it tries to take another more west-southwest or southward dive momentarily and parallel off the coastline for a couple more hours before then pushing westward inland. That's going to have very substantial implications on the timing and, of course, the exact location of landfall, although it's relatively expected at this point that a landfall will occur sometime within the next 30 hours at most, likely tomorrow evening into the overnight hours on Tuesday.
Yeah,
and the model spread, even now, is significant. The HWRF model that's just run for 18Z wants the storm to be moving relatively quickly and make landfall in around 10 hours. However, it showed it moving much faster than it has been currently. In fact, at the moment, it's almost stationary, moving hardly anywhere at all, and that would imply it's moving a lot slower than that and would take longer to get to the coast.
Yep, and it also has to keep in mind, too, that 18Z initializes at about 1 p.m. Eastern, so we're already almost 6 hours after that, and that would mean, according to the HWRF, would have to move a substantial distance at a much faster speed in the next 3 to 4 hours for it to actually match that expectation. So we're not seeing that at least come to fruition at all.
And this is bad news, of course, because the slower it moves, the more rain we're going to get and the more stalling there's going to be. But let's take a look at the H-Wharf. I believe that there is the 18Z run, which has just come in, showing a significant hurricane. But again, we do have that landfall here in just about 12 hours time from now, and we have a brand new HMON model run that's been coming in from 18Z as well, which is also predicting that relatively fast landfall, although it has it happening about 3 hours later and farther to the south. But it seems like both the H-Wharf and HMON are fairly confident in a southward movement before a landfall occurring in about I'd say 12 to 15 hours. So if I had to take a guess, I'd say it would probably happen within the next 12 to 15 hours. But the National Hurricane Center, I believe, has had it forecasting later. We had it forecasted later earlier today.
I've been comparing the HWRF model to what has happened in real time. And HWRF had centered the storm to the northeast of that island that's off the coast, and the storm is actually just south of due east from that island and moving to the south-southwest at a very slow speed, whereas the HWRF had it moving to the west-southwest at a much higher speed. So it's fair to say that it's stalled ahead of schedule.
Yeah, because we went over it last night with the GFS model, the depiction that you'd see some sort of, west-southwest or almost paralleling motion, in the next, around this time, off the coast of Nicaragua potentially, and then a bit of a stalling motion before them pushing inland. If that happens slightly further to the east, that gives you a little bit more time before the storm comes on shore. And as we've been talking about, you look at the satellite imagery and you see, the core's, fully situated off land for the most part, with only some islands getting in the mix. But as we saw from videos that we were showing earlier, these outer bands and associated thunderstorm activity that extend as part of the system well away from that core are already causing very substantial impacts well inland to areas that the actual center won't even track over for a couple days at this point. So the longer it stays offshore, the more time period those areas will also see more substantial impacts as well.
And we've actually seen some pretty catastrophic flooding already before the storm has arrived in the area. We've seen waters from rivers that have burst their banks carrying cattle away, and widespread catastrophic flooding in areas that are about to experience 3 foot of rain is a recipe for disaster.
It absolutely is. We do have another video that we're going to show on the stream real quick, and this one also showing some more flooding, and this one with cows in it. I mean, you can just see getting taken. I mean, if you're having things like cows basically getting taken adrift with ease here, it's like, well, that's extremely dangerous waters, and that's something that, we're going to be experiencing more and more of as this storm moves inland. Again, this is a stage 8 on the CDPS scale, teetering on stage 9. It's extraordinarily dangerous, and it's really not good news. You can see here we have some more images that have been coming in with time of the flooding that's been going on. So this is some catastrophic damage that we're starting to see come out of Nicaragua and Honduras already. So this is definitely a really concerning sight to see. The storm is still over 12 hours away from landfall. We haven't even seen the wind damage yet, and it appears that the damage from this storm, just in terms of flooding, is already teetering on catastrophic.
I mean, there's no other way to say it, really. The CDPS scale is something that takes into consideration much more than just, wind, and the rainfall potential for flooding along with storm surge just causes the potential for extreme damage from a system like this. Even though it's not the largest system, the fact that it's going to park over Central America for several days as it unwinds and broadens its circulation or dissipates is going to create widespread, large-scale flooding issues.
Absolutely. We have some more questions that are coming in here. Someone's saying that shear is expected to increase a little bit with Eta, and we can actually see that on the diagnostic plot before landfall. Will this be a significant hindrance to its strengthening? My answer would be with its strength. I don't know. I don't think so. I think going from around 7 knots that the models have it at now to around the 15 knots isn't going to be enough to really stop it. The storm is quite small, though, so if that core gets disrupted a little bit, that could cause the structure to really degrade. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, sheer, of course, with smaller systems, if it starts disrupted a bit, can be much more disruptive than usual at times. We saw that with Delta, which, despite its record intensification, when some sheer around 15 to 20 knots came in, really, collapsed its whole trend and put in a weakening trend from Category 4 to barely Category 2 strength before it came on shore in the northeastern Yucatan Peninsula. If that happens, say, with 12 hours before landfall, you could see a significant leveling off in the intensification trend that we've been seeing. But at least from the imagery right now, for the next 6 to 12 hours, 5 to 10 knots isn't looking to be very inhibitive.
Yeah, so again, overall, not good news. Again, we'll be having recon coming in soon. But still, I mean, this storm has been quite concerning. Someone asking, will Eta beat Laura in terms of intensity?
I would say at this point, in all likelihood, it already has. We're just waiting for recon to get there and prove it.
Unfortunately, I would have to agree with that. The storm is intensifying very quickly. It's not good news.
Yeah, some questions about the reemergence that the system could have in about 4 days or so. And for people who are asking, this would potentially, if it happens, occur in the Caribbean Sea, not the Gulf of Mexico. The issue with really saying anything too definitive is that despite computer models being very bullish on expecting a tropical cyclone in the northwestern Caribbean Sea, offshore of Honduras and Belize and the Yucatan Peninsula, in 5 days to 6 days, what is a heavy unknown is whether Eta's circulation will manage to survive being inland for 3.5 days and actually be that system, or if it'll be a completely separate system that attempts to form and Eta's actual circulation dissipates in the Central American gyre that it's going to be entering. The National Hurricane Center's forecast currently has it to generate into a remnant low for about 2.5 days and then regenerate, but they do specifically cite the much higher than usual uncertainty when we get to that point, and that it could very well be a completely different system in that scenario.
Yeah,
and regardless, that's beyond 5 days, and the impacts are...
The storm right now, that's the Cayos Mosquitos Biological Reserve. That's just the largest island out of several that are in that very general vicinity that you can most clearly see on the satellite imagery there.
Certainly, for sure. All right. With that being said, when is our first aircraft reconnaissance fix expected to be with this storm?
The plane is expected to enter the storm environment around or just before 1 Zulu, or an hour's time from now, and then the center fix would likely be around the bottom of the hour following that.
All right, so lots of new information that's going to be coming in within the next couple of hours or so. All right, with that being said, we're going to take a look at some more questions. How intense do we think the storm is right now? To the team, do we think that it is significantly different from the 140 miles per hour, 942 millibars that it was given just an hour ago?
The raw ADT has continued to climb and has now gone up to 7.4. So, in all honesty, we could be seeing a storm that's in the 920 millibar pressures as the ice beginning to properly clear. Temperatures into the mid-negative 20s now. Latest fix was minus 26.5. And with that, it approaching Category 5 strength would not be unreasonable at this time. If we had recon, then we might see this 130, 135 knots.
Yeah.
But without recon, we obviously can't go that high at this time.
Yeah, I think just the frustrating thing about it is, is even though it looks so incredibly impressive, of course, sometimes or often winds take time to catch up to satellite appearance. This thing has just been going at an extreme pace. And then on top of that, you're running into a situation where the lack of actual hard data makes it hard to say, because, you can make an argument if this was, most places in the basin, and it held this for a few hours, that'd be, quickly approaching Category 5 status, but we just don't have the raw data. Fortunately, in a couple hours, bar any new recon issues, we will.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing hard data here relatively soon, and again, we'll be having a new intensity estimate here in less than 10 minutes.
Oh, Mike, okay. I'm sorry, I gotta cut you off for a second there. National Hurricane Center's intermediate advisory is 150 miles an hour, 934 millibars.
Wow.
Right.
So they have really gone up heavily with this. I'm pretty sure at the top of the hour we were going to go at 145 and around that, but they have substantial reason to believe that this is a 150 mile an hour Category 4 hurricane with winds with a pressure of 934 millibars. Their statement says, Eta continues to rapidly intensify as it approaches the coast of northeastern Nicaragua. Life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and landslides expected across portions of Central America. So I am very much not excited to say or to see what Recon has in, say, 2 hours from now. If they're saying right now, we're going to jump 20 miles an hour or 15 knots in a 3-hour time window.
They have also said in the discussion and outlook from that advisory statement that additional strengthening is forecast until Eta reaches the coast of Nicaragua. Now, given that's at least 12 hours away at this time, it would seem reasonable for a Category 5 peak to happen in that time frame.
And I just want to mention again, because we did mention it earlier, but it's always important to reiterate. This is probably one of the rarest events you'll see in terms of a storm intensifying this quickly. We mentioned it briefly, but there's only two other storms other than Eta that operationally went from a tropical storm 40 miles an hour to Category 4 in a shorter time frame. Those would be Delta of this year and Wilma of 2005. So the fact that trend not only happened again with Eta, but is sadly continuing at a rapid pace, really reiterates the danger and winds, but more importantly, again, the fact that we're going to see extremely widespread mass flooding and a very powerful storm surge highlights all the different kinds of risks that are coming with this system.
For sure, and just before we take a break, I do want to highlight the fact this storm is rapidly improving in structure, and with that, I think that we've been waiting all day to see if this eye is going to clear. I think if it's going to do it, this is the time it's going to do it. So, unfortunately, I see there being more than one possibility, more than one scenario where this is a Category 5 in the next 3 to 6 hours. I could see this being a Category 5 within the next 6 hours. So we'll see what happens, but this is a rapidly developing situation. The storm rapidly improving on satellite imagery, and we're getting some sources from our team that are saying that this could perhaps be even stronger than what the NHC just ran with. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes with our latest intensity estimate.
continues in a moment.
Speaking of recon,
You can follow Force 13's outlets, the website force13.com, our YouTube page youtube.com/Force13, on Facebook under the same name Force13, and our Twitter handle, it's @Force13 if you wish to get in touch. You can also add Force13 on Skype and my personal account on Discord, Fool13, at extension 9094. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Alright, and welcome back to the live stream. We do have some new information. Force 13 will be running with 150 miles per hour, 934 not miles per hour, 934 millibars, right in line with the National Hurricane Center. So we are now agreeing with the National Hurricane Center with a 150 mile per hour, 934 millibar intensity. To the team, what are your thoughts on this breaking news?
Not surprising.
I mean, it confirms kind of what we were thinking, that, it really could be getting up to an intensity near Category 5 status. It's just hard to really pull on that without further updates from National Hurricane Center, other observational techniques, and most importantly, recon. But the fact that the marked improvement in satellite imagery with a full ring of -80s around the center and the eye warming has been enough for the National Hurricane Center to individually go up and say that without recon data, it's more than enough to go it up here too. And it really just emphasizes the extreme danger that this system is bringing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and this is, again, an extremely dangerous system, and I think that it's safe to say it's rapidly intensifying right now. National Hurricane Center has said so. Satellite appearance would also appear to agree. Recon data within the next hour or two is going to tell quite the story. We don't know exactly what the intensity is. I wouldn't be surprised if they flew in there and we found Cat 5 winds.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put this out. The HWRF had something similar to this, but they had it stalling much earlier, as we know, and now this system is stalling much closer to shore, which obviously has been making it much worse for Nicaragua and Honduras.
For sure, and the
HRF has been the high-end intensity estimate for basically every storm this year, but to be honest, this has gone past their expectations. I think the pressure's sort of similar, at least on satellite estimates right now, but the wind is at least 10 knots past the highest model estimate from yesterday around this time. And that's just absolutely extraordinary to witness. It's terrifying as well, knowing the impacts we're already seeing inland just from the outer bands being quite significant. I don't want to imagine what this system's going to be like for most of Central America for the next 3 to 4 days.
Yeah, another way to put it into perspective is to say that what Eta is doing is what might have been will be. Eta in real life is as bad as any mod. It's worse than any model suggested. It's doing what we didn't think was possible.
Yeah, you know,
Right.
even a few hours ago, 3 hours ago, it was the third or second fastest storm all time operationally for the National Hurricane Center to go from 40 miles an hour to 130 miles an hour. And that has just continued to an extreme rate. We're talking about a storm that is now already higher peak winds than Delta already ever was. And that was the storm was kind of competing with before for rapid intensification pace. So the only other storm on record in the Atlantic Basin to have any sort of relation to, at least in regards to intensification rate, not land impacts or anything of that sort, just the rate of intensification would be Wilma at this point in time.
Yes, and I do want to mention that Hurricane Eta is now the third strongest November hurricane on record in the Atlantic, with winds up to 150. It's the strongest November hurricane since Hurricane Lenny in 1999, which was almost a Category 5 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour.
What that means is that Eta is now the strongest storm of the season, with a deeper pressure and equivalent winds to Laura.
It is, and it's in November.
That's the craziest part about all this. We're likely about to see a Category 5 hurricane in November.
And the first one of the season. In the first one of the season in the Atlantic as well. So,
I know we were talking about last week. The chances of a Cat 5 in the Atlantic seemed pretty exhausted. We were heading into November. We were thinking, you know what, this season's probably going to start to die down. And then Eta's formed, and it's just blew our socks off when it comes to our expectations. And right now, I am very worried about the impacts that it is about to bring. And right now, I think that there are a lot of people that are quite worried about that, both on our team and well outside of our team. So this is definitely not good news.
Yes, and I also want to mention is Eta. I think that if it does become a Category 5, it'll be the only one this season for sure, because I think that the waters, the storms, they've had the conditions to work with in order to reach a Category 5. It's just that usually there was some shear or some other factor that prevented it from becoming a Category 5, but Eta seems to actually not be hindered by those same hindrances that the other storms
The
had.
simple fact of the matter is that Eta hasn't encountered shear. And has had a small enough eye to intensify quickly enough to get to Category 5 before landfall. If Laura had a smaller eye, it would have been Category 5. If Delta hadn't had that miraculous surprise shear, it would have been a Category 5. But they both peaked as Category 4 because shear was in the way. And so without shear, and with stalling and it giving it more time before landfall, Eta's doing what they couldn't.
Yeah, I know I said as a joke yesterday on stream that I would, eat a sock if this got to Category, 4 intensity, or 5, I'm sorry, based on what the models were saying then, but it's, again, just from going a couple days ago to covering one of the strongest landfalling storms in recorded history with Raleigh, to move to this, an extremely solemn and dangerous moment to see such a storm beat out any and every expectation to just become an extreme threat to land.
Absolutely. And stay tuned to the Force 13 Extra channel. If this does become a Cat 5, we will have a video of Strat eating a sock, so you can look forward to that. But at this point, we're really starting to see some really concerning signs. One of the people in our contributor hub, Leighton, he has posted some radar imagery of the storm. It appears that that secondary eyewall we were talking about earlier is now weaker, and the inner eyewall is dominating it. That is not good news. That means that eyewall replacement cycle appears to be failing, and this inner eyewall will remain dominant, which means that it looks like we'll probably have intensification all the way up to landfall.
Yep,
Yeah,
and
the outer eyewall tried to form, and I saw it. It was definitely better than it is now, and it was building in, and we saw that brief interruption in the cloud tops where the -80s broke, and then the inner eyewall just went off and has contracted, has intensified, the pressure is dropping, and as a result, the outer eyewall has just dissipated.
Yes, and I want to point out that it honestly reminds me of Goni. Now, obviously, it will not reach Goni's strengths, but I remember as well with Goni, the eyewall replacement cycles, they failed, and as a result, it just kept on intensifying. Like, I feel as though we could see something similar with this, except not as strong as Goni ever was. So.
Yeah, but it's just remarkable. This storm it's looking like it is going to fail the initiation of that eyewall replacement cycle. Also, it appears that on visible imagery, that eye has cleared out completely at this point, which is not good news, to say the least. Let's actually get that visible to see for ourselves what exactly the storm looks like right now. And on infrared, you can see it there. That is a cleared out eye. And I know that we said earlier that that we've been informed that there is a possibility, if the eye completely clears, that this storm is in the 920s in pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, 934 already is what they're saying right now. What was the pressure, this morning, I think, when the last recon plane was in, early this morning?
972?
And that was about 12 hours ago, right?
Yes.
About 12 hours ago, right?
Around 10 hours ago, even.
So 10 hours ago, you're talking a storm that's dropped, at least operationally, according to the estimates, 38 millibars in 10 hours, about. You're talking
4 millibars an hour.
Just about. That is absolutely extraordinary, and for all we know, maybe the pressure is a little bit higher when recon gets in, but it could also just as well be lower. That first set of hard data that we're going to have gotten in about 12 hours or so when this recon plane gets there is going to be the most crucial piece of information that we can get all day with this, and probably in its entire lifetime to date, just so we can ascertain what the exact intensity is by the time recon gets there. If you want me to be honest, just based on the sheer improvement we're continuing to see, it could very well be a Category 5 in a couple hours, but we won't get any full confirmation probably from the National Hurricane Center until reconnaissance data actually passes through the center for the first time.
I just want to point out that the eye has now cleared out, making it and it looks like a monster. Yeah.
It does look like a monster.
Told that the eye has got to -60.
Yeah, it really does look like a monster.
I'm being told that as well. I'm being told that that we are getting a couple of estimates here that do derive the possibility of a Category 5 intensity. We'll have our intensity estimate at top of the hour, but we do have some big news there. This is a rapidly intensifying storm, it appears, even though it was already at 150 miles per hour. So we continue to see rapid intensification out of a storm that's already up to this point. That is a very grim scenario for those that are in Nicaragua and Honduras. And it looks like the stronger the storm gets now, the more rainfall we're going to see later as well. So this is definitely a huge concern at this point.
We've had the latest fix from SAB with the subjected Borac. They say that the current appearance is supportive of T6.5, but because the eye clouded over with that interfering cirrus outflow earlier, they were unable to give it above T6.0 because it's only just recently improved.
Yeah, that does make sense, but the trend right here is extremely grim. I want to bring up a question that Steve V has put in the chat, and thank you for the contribution as well. Someone's saying, is there an indication of dual channel outflow? And are there also flights into the storm? I'll let you take the first part, Kay, because you'll probably know that much better than most of us here.
Yeah, there's
But
absolutely dual channel outflow.
Yeah.
For people who aren't aware, one channel is a strong storm that might be slightly restricted by shear or some dry air, perhaps. Dual channel outflow is the best of the best and basically means that there's nothing stopping the storm and is a sign of a very healthy, properly ventilating system that's got nothing holding it back, basically.
Yeah, and to also answer the other question asked there by Steve, and a couple other people just asked that right after about recon. Unfortunately, there's been 2 separate flights today that had mechanical issues. One as it was taking off or before it was taking off that canceled the flight. The other one after it got in the air for a little bit and it had to turn around. So we haven't had recon in the storm for about 10 hours now, but there is one that's going to it right now that's reaching the central Gulf of Mexico, heading towards the southern Gulf of Mexico right now. By the time we get to a couple hours from now, about 2, we're going to have our first pass in almost half a day.
Yeah, and I'm prepared to be surprised. We're going to see what comes in. But, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on everything here. And again, we are watching this storm like a hawk. If you have any questions for us, please ask them in chat. We'll be more than happy to answer them. Someone asking, what is the rating on the CDPS scale? And with that, we don't have our latest fix. Last time it was a stage 8. Last we checked, there is a possibility it is a stage 9 now. I believe 155 miles per hour was the threshold for that. So now that we are
landfall, yes.
So then yes, this has definitely gone into stage 9 territory. We'll see here, Devin Williams, the creator of the scale, is going to be running a CDPS fix shortly, and we'll be able to see if it is at that stage 9 or if something else has changed. But as of now, stage 8, and we're thinking it's probably a stage 9. Alright, another question. What do we think the chances are of this storm having an Eyewall replacement cycle, basically saving people from the maximum possible intensity this could get to? And at this point, we just basically watched the inner Eyewall shred the outer Eyewall, do the opposite of what's supposed to happen in an Eyewall replacement cycle. So I'm going to say odds are it's not. That Eyewall is extremely intense.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be an Eyewall replacement cycle before landfall. Unfortunately for Nicaragua and Honduras, just like with Goni. And also something else I want to mention is the raw Eyewall thing. It's T7.7 now.
It's gone up further still.
The ADT is at a raw T7.7. That is very concerning information. If it maintains this appearance for 2 hours, that is a really concerning piece of information there. We'll see what Recon finds. I'm very concerned to see what Recon finds because it looks like we are seeing some structural similarities to Goni, which just happened, when it comes to the power of that Eyewall.
For people who aren't familiar with the Dvorak scale, T7.7 is what Dorian officially peaked at last year, 185 miles an hour.
Yeah, so, and I want to...
It's just incredible to think about.
Yeah, I want to answer a couple questions too real quick, just to indicate the magnitude of strength of this system. Someone's saying, will Eta be the strongest Greek alphabet storm on record? At 150 miles an hour, it already is. So there's your answer in that part. And then one after that is asking, could this be, a storm like Mitch in regards to, damage potential? And although Mitch is a very different system and isn't really that great of a direct comparison, this storm has the potential to cause very high levels of damage. It's a CDPS stage 8, probably going to 9 soon for a reason, because of the fact that on top of its record-breaking intensification trend right now, it's going to be bringing at least a 4 to 6 meter storm surge, and will be dropping over 500 millimeters of rainfall over wide portions of Central America. Just because this thing's making landfall in Nicaragua doesn't mean that's where all the damage is going to be concentrated to. It's going to be moving very slowly across Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, Belize, and even portions of Mexico over the next 5 days or so. It could be, only a couple hundred miles in 5 days from where it is right now. And the widespread rainfall potential of, 18, 15 inches plus across wide regions, alongside the potential for localized maximums right now of 3 feet, which is about a meter, when, Mitch, for example, had no more than 10 inches, which is around 300 to 400 millimeters as its maximum. That emphasizes the particular danger that a storm like this brings.
And what I'm just concerned about, honestly, would be, because obviously we have recon coming, but I'm just worried that, I wonder if recon can get through this. And because this is going to be.
Recon's gone through stronger storms than this. They've gone through Dorian, they've gone through Patricia, strongest storm on the planet. That also had the highest turbulence ever recorded. It was something like 8 Gs they pulled in that recon plane from the updrafts. So if they can survive that, these the brave men of the hurricane and brave men and women of the hurricane hunters can survive Eta.
They can.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to get that data, fortunately. Bar any new issues that we haven't seen with this flight yet, unlike the first couple missions of the day.
We'll see. We do have a question. Is it possible for this storm to go sub 900?
Yes.
I mean, technically,
the answer
yes.
Is yes.
But, if there's any solace, wind shear is going to be going up very marginally towards 10 to 15 knots instead of 5 to 10 knots where it is right now, within the next 12 to 18 hours at most while it's still over water. That could try to hamper things somewhat on that trend. We saw what a marginal increase in shear to delta did. Can only hope that such a thing would happen here. But the structure with this system looks, for sure, far more defined, although we haven't had recon to give us full information, unfortunately, for quite some time on that regard.
However, recon should be arriving in between less than an hour from now to a little over.
It's going to be a bit more than an hour still. We're looking within the next 2 hours, hopefully, bar any issues. But, regardless, I know people will talk a lot about the winds because, Category 5 or, that's a lot of the scales use Saffir-Simpson. The largest threat from this, despite the exact landfall area, of course, going to be getting catastrophic wind damage, will be the associated flooding threat from those torrential rainfall totals over massive land areas and population areas, along with the storm surge expectations from this. 90% of the deaths from tropical cyclones are caused by flooding, whether it be storm surge or rainfall-related flood issues. And, when we're having a storm that's going to bring localized maximums close to a meter, and widespread areas above 500 millimeters, and the potential for a very powerful storm surge on top of that, those are going to be the continued threats, particularly the rainfall part, for days, even after the system likely degenerates, at least temporarily, into a remnant low.
And now I'm hearing rumors that the raw ADT has hit 7.9.
I think that's just rumor. I don't
Yeah,
think
I think
I
it's
haven't
just
seen
rumor.
that. So I did go and look. It's not on either of the official
Thomas?
ADTs.
Yes, David?
Just reading the discussion that the NHC has out. These conditions should, as mentioned, intensity estimates also supports Category 4 intensity, as mentioned in previous advisories over the last 24 hours. The environment ahead of Eta is forecast to remain quite favourable with low vertical wind shear, warm sea surface temperatures. These conditions should allow for additional strengthening. However, a difficult to predict eyewall replacement cycle could begin at any time, which could cause Eta's intensity to begin to level off. However, there are no signs of an eyewall replacement yet. And the NHC viewers, they're saying for continued rapid strengthening for another 6 to 12 hours.
Yeah, and that is the general expectation right now. The storm is rapidly improving still on satellite. This is a very concerning situation, to say the least, and we're going to be keeping an eye on it here. Recon's going to be coming in just over an hour from now. We should be getting our first center fix. Is that correct?
It looks to be, at least right now, we're reaching just around the latitude of Western Cuba. So we could still be a little over an hour out just because of its positioning right now, but within the next 2 hours, we'll get our first pass in almost half a day. And just based on satellite estimates alone, this thing has dropped almost 40 millibars in pressure since that recon plane left, down to 934 millibars now. So absolutely extraordinary trend that we've seen develop.
Absolutely, to say the least. That is one way to put it. We do have a question about the long-range possibilities of Eta. Could this impact Cuba or Florida or the United States after it does make this direct impact?
States. The answer
That's
is
fair.
Cayman Islands, Cuba, the Bahamas, and Florida all need to pay attention to Eta after it emerges from Honduras, as it could impact any of those locations as a tropical storm, hurricane, or possibly even a major hurricane for areas on the West Caribbean coastline.
Yeah, I think the difficult thing is, and this is specifically emphasized in the forecast discussion for the National Hurricane Center. Sometimes there's way more into things than just the cone publications and the graphics. Is that there's still no real idea on whether or not Eta's actual center of circulation will survive going over Central America for 3.5 days or 3 days. Despite the models strongly hinting at some sort of redevelopment as we get towards days 5 and 6, which are really the end of the reliable forecast period in the northwestern Caribbean Sea off the coast of Honduras, Belize, and the Yucatan Peninsula in the Caribbean. There's still no clue whether that's going to be Eta itself or if its actual circulation completely dissipates, and that's going to be a whole other system. And past that point, too, the erratic spread in the models because of the generally weak steering current that's anticipated in the Caribbean Sea at that time is absolutely massive. So past that point, it's really just speculation, but people, across the Caribbean Sea, in portions of the Greater Antilles, heading to the Bahamas, Southeastern United States, and even Central America, again, are going to need to monitor this very closely over the coming week as this reemerges, or whatever's left of it reemerges into the Caribbean Sea to see what exactly could happen at that time.
Yeah, and I
Thomas?
also, I also saw a question. Oh, yeah, okay, you can go.
Thomas, sorry, mate. Just following on to what Strat has provided. The NHC key message number 3 through Friday evening: heavy rainfall from Eta will likely lead to catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding, river flooding across portions of Central America, along with landslides in areas of higher terrain. Flash and river flooding also possible across Jamaica, southeast Mexico, El Salvador, southern Haiti, and the Cayman Islands.
And perhaps now would be a good time to run over the watches and warnings that are in force.
Yeah, but before that, I do want to have a question answered from Tyler Nguyen, who asked, when do we think it will make landfall in either Nicaragua or Honduras?
It's almost certain to be in Nicaragua now. We went over this last hour, although there's obviously deviation in the models and such right now. Within the next 24 hours is to 30 hours at most is almost a certainty. The question is whether or not this stalls for a little bit and takes a bit more of a southward dive and then rotates and moves westward slowly inland into Nicaragua, or whether it moves at a more moderate but consistent pace inland as a generally slow-moving system. By the time we get to tomorrow afternoon, so 1 p.m. Eastern time, it's expected to be just inland. right now at least. But there could be some deviation at that time.
Yeah.
So the current watches and warnings. A hurricane warning is in effect for the coast of Nicaragua from the Honduras-Nicaragua border to Sandy Bay, Sirpi. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the northeastern coast of Honduras from Punta Patuca to the Honduras-Nicaragua border. A hurricane watch is in effect for the northeastern coast of Honduras from Punta Patuca to the Honduras-Nicaragua border. And a tropical storm watch is in effect for the northern coast of Honduras from west of Punta Patuca westward to Punta Castilla. A hurricane warning means that hurricane conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area, in this case within the next 12 hours or so. Preparations to protect life and property should already have been completed, meaning that if you are in a location under a hurricane warning, you should have evacuated to a safe place by now, and if you haven't, you should seek to evacuate if safe. If not, find somewhere safe to hunker down in place. Make sure you have access to higher elevations if you're near the coast in a storm surge prone area, as we're expecting to see 12 to 18 feet of surge, which would go up to 2 stories above ground level, and that would flood most 2-story houses. So if you're able to, try to seek a sturdy building with more than 2 floors so that you're able to move to a higher level as the surge comes in.
Yep, and with that being said, we're going to be taking a quick break here just for a couple minutes. We'll be right back with more coverage.
You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to the stream. Here we are with a what can only be described as extraordinary situation, extraordinarily dangerous situation, as this is now a stage 9 on the CDPS scale. This particular storm, now as it does head towards Nicaragua, we just went over the watches and warnings for the storm. It's looking extremely dangerous. We'll have a new intensity estimate at top of the hour. I'm back with my team, which consists of Amy, David, Christian, Kay, Strat, and Euxinator. How are all of you tonight?
I'm alright.
Tired.
Watching a unprecedented situation unfold. You know, the
Yes.
full upgrade to stage 9 on the CDPS. Somewhere in the first video update on the system yesterday, when it was stage 7 with an expected landfall of category 2 intensity, was like, you know, this makes no sense. Why are you doing this? And even back then, it was still an extreme threat because of the rainfall potential from it. Now the winds have extraordinarily caught up and matched that rainfall threat, at least for the landfall area. And we're honestly seeing a unprecedented situation unfold in front of us right now.
It is unprecedented and it is extremely dangerous. Recon's going to be coming in here soon, and we'll be able to see the estimate of this storm. There's very much a possibility that this storm is significantly stronger than the current intensity estimate that we have it at right now, but we do have it at 150 miles per hour at this time. So, with that being said, we're going to start taking some questions. At this point, and I think this answer might be a little different than what it was just earlier tonight. What are the odds that this storm gets to Category 5 within its lifetime?
Hold up.
I believe we have breaking news. It looks like Devin is saying that the storm is at CDPS Stage 9 now.
Already announced that.
We did break that news at the
Oh, we
beginning of the hour, or at the beginning of this segment of the hour. But yes, this is a stage 9 on the CDPS scale. Catastrophic damage, now moving up to extreme damage. This is on the upper echelon of tropical cyclones. This is the most dangerous of the dangerous, only being topped by storms like Dorian. Both Goni and Haiyan scored a stage 9 on the CDPS scale, for context as to how extraordinarily dangerous this storm is. Laura, earlier this year, is a stage 7 on the CDPS scale, which means that the storm is nowhere near, like Laura is nowhere near as capable of the destruction potential this storm is. This storm is significantly more capable of causing mass destruction than even Laura was, and we've seen the damage from Laura. This is a catastrophic situation that is unfolding from this. I cannot overstate the seriousness of this situation.
And the worst part about it is that if it could get any worse, it would have to be more intense, because it's making landfall in the most densely populated part of the coastline for 50, 100, 150 miles in either direction. It's the centre for this part of northeast Nicaragua, and the storm's expected to make a direct pass over the airport. So as I said earlier, this will be limiting the ability of relief aid to get in, because they'll have to first get there on ground, in all the flooding and downed trees, clear the airfield, and then they can start flying the planes in. And that's going to delay rescue efforts by at least a day, if not more.
Yeah, this is getting very serious very quickly. All I'm gonna say is just make sure that everyone is safe. We are getting some other information that I will not mention here, but the information that it is very concerning.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're talking about damage potential compared to Laura. I think, you know, the difference is not only is the rainfall potential of this near double, but the areas for widespread rainfall of 500 millimeters plus is over a much more expansive area too. This system, once it moves inland, is going to be moving substantially slower than Laura was, for example, in the United States, and then taking a bend back out to be in 5 days, potentially. If you look at the 5-day forecast cone, there's variability for it to be, you know, less than 125 miles from its current location 5 days from now. So overall, you're going to be seeing almost no movement.
So what it was I'm just gonna, because a lot of people are wondering now. Basically, it's rumored now, or I guess not necessarily rumored, but it's okay. Well, it's most likely that there is a satide of
The raw satide is very high. And
Yeah.
we're hoping that once we get more frames, it'll sort itself out, but it currently appears to be a bit skewed. We're looking into where the errors are coming from. But regardless of intensity, this storm is a very dangerous and life-threatening situation with a catastrophic it's now extreme damage expected throughout parts of Nicaragua and Honduras. And we're expecting that there unfortunately will be notable loss of life. And as some people are saying, Mitch is unfortunately a comparable storm to this. This is likely, it appears to be getting to Category 5. Mitch peaked as a Category 5. It's stalling off the coast. Mitch stalled off the coast and produced catastrophic flooding throughout this area. And it unfortunately seems that Eta is going to be doing the same thing.
And just a reference, too, when we're talking about a comparison to Mitch, not only is the system moving much more slowly, but Mitch's maximum individual rainfall total location was under 10 inches. So, around 300 to 400 millimeters maximum was an individual location rainfall total. We're talking here about something near triple that at least for a potential maximum, with localized areas over a much more widespread region getting, at least 1.5 times Mitch's maximum rainfall. So even though areas, well further inland from the landfall location, across Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Belize, will almost certainly not be getting particularly strong sustained winds, the rainfall threat just over a very sustained time period of heavy rainfall is going to be absolutely extraordinary. We saw that video from the northwest coast of Honduras earlier in the stream, showing actual flooding just from the outer bands of the system already there in Tela, near San Juan, in northwestern Honduras. So areas not near the center of this system are already seeing very substantial impacts. And unfortunately, those rainfall totals and impact totals are just going to go up and up and up as we continue on.
And we are just continuing to see, this be an extremely dangerous situation. We do have a new cone that is in the works here, so be looking out on Force 13 social medias for that. We will also have the cone on this stream at some point during the next hour. With that, we'll also be having new reconnaissance data. But real quick, I just wanted to pull up this rainfall graphic that we produced a few hours ago, just because it does show you and give you a really good idea of what to expect. Over 20 inches of rain possible near the site of landfall, and even over that. So we're going to be seeing a significant amount of rain, and again, there could be over 35 inches of rain. National Hurricane Center's words, over 35 inches of rain in some areas, and storm surge now 18 to 20 feet last I heard.
I wasn't aware that the NHC had updated it. I'm looking at that now.
Earlier, it was 12 to 18 feet, which that alone is near unsurvivable for areas impacted by that on coastal areas if you're not getting to substantially
They're still saying 12 to 18. I saw that.
Levels.
There's my bad.
Earlier, there's actually been some flooding from regular tides before the storms had a significant impact. So it seems that unless the surge is arriving earlier than we expected, that there's some unusually high tides at the moment, and that might add to the surge total. So you could potentially see 20 feet of inundation above normally dry ground because of the tide adding on to the top of the 18 feet if we see a worst case scenario. Yeah. And of course, this 12 to 18 feet is based on a Category 4 landfall. If we were to see a significant Category 5 landfall, say a lot stronger than a minimal Category 5, I know it's bad to say that, but 140 knots, 160 miles an hour, if somehow Eta got stronger than that, we could see the surge forecast go up again, and that would bring it to Laura levels. And we all know how extreme Laura's surge was from the extensive coverage that was provided.
Yeah, I do want to reiterate, though, that, despite its very high maximum winds right now, and potential for very high storm surge, that worst storm surge will, fortunately at least, be occurring over a relatively small area just because the hurricane force wind field is still very small. As of 4 p.m. Eastern, we're talking 20 nautical miles as the furthest extent of hurricane force winds in association with this system. So the actual core winds, which will be pushing around those highest levels of surge right now at least, are very, very small, although they probably will be growing at least somewhat in size over the next 18 hours or so before landfall. And even so, on top of that, the tropical storm force sustained winds barely extend over 110 nautical miles in the northeastern quadrant is the largest one. The south quadrant, southwest one in particular, as of about 4 hours ago, only had tropical storm force winds extending 40 nautical miles from the center. So this is a particularly small storm, similar to Raleigh in that regard, although a lot of the other characteristics in terms of qualities and geography, of course, are far different. Their sizes are both pretty small, but that surge risk in that smaller area that gets the peak surge is going to be extreme.
And Thomas, just picking up on what Kay said about surge, and we know that the river systems are flooding, but you just imagine what that storm surge is going to do to the water coming down the rivers.
Of course, it would block it up on all the rivers and then increase the flooding even further near the
True.
landfall. You're right, David.
Speaking of
The surge is
rainfall,
going to exacerbate that rainfall.
yes, and speaking of rainfall, we do have a nice product that has been released relatively recently. It's come to my attention. This is extrapolated rainfall. This gives you the rainfall over the past 24 hours according to satellite-based estimates. And you can see there over 8 inches of rain appear to have fallen already in some spots of Nicaragua. So that is definitely problematic, with over 12 inches even appearing to have possibly fallen. So that is definitely something to keep in mind.
Thomas, Tim's saying that the recon flight, they're still about 90 minutes out, and they're moving at 431 miles per hour.
Yeah, I heard about that.
It wouldn't be unreasonable to see that. Yeah.
I just want to point out as well with that rainfall graphic of estimated satellite total accumulated rainfall in the past 24 hours, that the rainfall forecast right now for, another potential meter in some localized areas and widespread areas of over additional half a meter are on top of what's already fallen. So that isn't a storm total right now. That is additional rainfall as the storm makes landfall, begins moving inland very slowly over the next 4 days or so before finally trying to creep back out into the Caribbean Sea as a remnant low in about 4.5 to 5 days. So, the totals that we could see from this are extraordinary. And that graphic alone, if you have over 10 inches of rainfall, about 300 millimeters or so, right on the coast already, that's already more than the highest rainfall total that Mitch actually dropped on the region. So it's already, if that verifies when we get, full data sets, that would already be surpassing Mitch's highest rainfall total.
Although I feel it is important to note, with regards to that statistic, it is widely accepted that the rainfall observation gauges were washed away by the extent of the flooding. So it is believed that the rainfall was a lot more than the maximum level recorded, which is what you're talking about, with around 10 inches. It's believed that the flooding was so extreme it washed the observation stations away and they were unable to gather the full readings.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of that, right now we're seeing emphasizes just the extreme danger that the system poses, and that's what everyone should really be aware of more than anything else. Despite any exact wind speed of this system when it comes on shore, it is going to hold the potential for catastrophic damage across portions of Central America, not just where it makes landfall in Nicaragua, but well inland over the next several days.
Yeah, I mean, the impacts from the storm, again, we can't overstate the danger that the storm does pose. We do have a Stage 9 now on the CDPS scale. We will have that new cone by top of the hour. I have just gotten confirmation, so you will be able to see Force 13's forecast at the beginning of the next hour. With that being said, we do have a question saying, how long will we be on air tonight? And will we be doing landfall coverage on Eta? I can say that tonight we will be on air for the first recon fixes, and we'll probably be on the air to assess the intensity after recon has come in. After that, I believe we'll have a landfall stream at some point tonight. We might just keep on going, depends on how the team is feeling, but we will definitely have coverage before landfall does occur.
And
With regards
Thomas,
to that landfall, the latest trend on satellite is that the storm is crawling to the southwest. Appears to be going around, well, the latest position estimate from our team behind the scenes is that the storm is around 73 miles from the expected landfall in Puerto Cabezas. And it's not going very fast, so we're not able to give an accurate estimate of how long it will take to get there. It could accelerate, or it could completely stall in place for 12 hours.
Or, based on its current path too, if it just moves, south-southwest at a very slow pace, it's more paralleling the coast, and that would also delay a potential landfall if that trend were to continue instead of a more quicker move back to, a west-southwest or westward motion.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, it's unprecedented what we're seeing here today. And again, I can't overstate for those in Nicaragua and Honduras the danger level of this threat. If you do have friends or family in either of these areas, let them know about this storm. Make sure they know. We know that there are some issues with access to internet that do occur from time to time. So we basically, we just want everyone to remain informed. You can share them this stream so they can get the latest information, but at least let them know the storm's coming and tell them how to prepare. The National Hurricane Center has instructions on how to do that. If you go to nhc.noaa.gov, they do have a preparedness section that you can go to in order to see how to prepare for tropical cyclones like this one. If you haven't finished your preparations, you should be rushing them to completion now, as the storm is knocking on the doorstep of the Nicaragua coastline and will be dumping catastrophic rainfall with storm surge up to 18 feet, and winds could be above 160 miles per hour.
And something interesting too, because I know we've been focusing a lot on Central America, including Nicaragua and Honduras, for obvious reasons. But to the north and east of the actual center, if you were to zoom out the imagery you have right now and take a more wide shot, Jamaica has also been getting quite substantial rainfall totals from the system so far, and will continue to get that over the next 2.5 to 3 days. Parts of Jamaica, just from the association of Eta, are expecting right now an additional 6 to 8 inches of rainfall on top of what's already fallen, and are expecting potential storm totals closer to 15 inches of rain. So, despite them not actually having any direct hurricane or tropical storm warnings, as they've been able to dodge those actually all year, this is another system that is a substantial rainfall risk for that particular area as well. So, people in Jamaica as well, even though the storm isn't heading in a direction right now or really at any point for the next 4 to 5 days, make sure you're paying attention to your local weather offices as well for potential flooding risks.
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is an extremely dangerous situation unfolding, a rapidly strengthening hurricane off the coast of Central America. And Strat, you did make a good point that significant rainfall from the outflow and outer bands of the storm does extend well outside of where the storm currently is. With Jamaica, again, I believe we actually have on our rainfall forecast graphic, some places receiving over 5 inches of rain in Jamaica from this, and that's additional compared, in addition to what's already fallen. So this is very, very concerning. Just for basically the Caribbean in general. I mean, we're going to be seeing lots of rain as this storm stalls, and as we know, as the storm does move inland, it's going to become quite broad. The remnants has a quite large area of influence on most models, and so you'll be seeing significant rainfall all the way from Cuba to the Yucatan Peninsula, all the way to Central America, which remains the main focus. With that, let's take some questions here. We are getting a few of those. So let's take a look. Just a moment. I know that we do have a lot of good conversation going on in the chat. We have someone regarding the intensity estimate and when that will come out. That intensity estimate will be coming out around top of the hour. And if you have any questions, just be sure to mention Force 13 so that way we can answer those. And there we go. The questions are flooding in at this point. What is our probability of Cat 5? Something that's been asked a lot tonight. I think that it's safe to say it's above 50% at this point.
Yeah, at this point we're just waiting for recon confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's really the case. We can obviously say, there's a good argument that it's more than just a coin flip, but recon, which will be in less than 90 minutes now, it seems, will really give a confirmation on how close we are to that, or if it's already happened. Another question I saw as well, just because I know, on top of a lot of viewers from Central America, we have American viewers. People are saying, oh, do people in Florida need to worry about this storm? While I want to highlight again, of course, the main threat area is Central America. There is the potential, well past the reasonable forecast period, for remnants to reform and be a tropical storm, whether that's Eta or something else, and move potentially towards the Caribbean or Florida. But that's well outside the reasonable forecast period. And the main priority right now should be Central America. If you're in the United States and curious about it, I would recommend waiting another 2 to 3 days and seeing what models say at that point before there's any more consistency in that regard for that conversation.
Exactly. And just going back to the Category 5 point briefly, the automated estimates are going through the roof, quite literally, with their raw values. It's likely that it's certain that it's not that strong at this time, as they're suggesting, but we've had a recent raw SATID value that supports Category 5 intensity.
Yeah, I know ADT's been there on raw values as well. We will have a new intensity estimate here at top of the hour. You'll find out, are we going to call it a Category 5 at top of the hour? We'll be back in 5 minutes with that information for you. And we'll first of all see the new forecast cone, and then you'll know, are we calling a Category 5?
continues in a moment. You can follow Force 13's outlets, the website, force13.com, our YouTube page, youtube.com/Force13, on Facebook under the same name, Force 13, and our Twitter handle, it's @Force13 if you wish to get in touch. You can also add Force 13 on Skype, and my personal account on Discord, Fool13, at extension 9094. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Welcome back to another hour of live coverage on Eta. We have shifted to a new source of satellite imagery, so you can see the latest there, and it is looking astonishing. This storm is not quitting, and it looks extremely dangerous. Its CDO has actually gotten more uniform. I'd say that the storm is still continuing to improve very quickly on the on these latest few frames. I would say the storm is continuing to rapidly improve in structure. To the team, what are we seeing on this right now?
Further development, and I think a southward track.
Yeah, it looks like the storm is moving in a generally now southwesterly direction, and it looks like it could be staying off the coast for a while here. It looks like it's virtually not moving. Very, very concerning information, to say the least. The storm is going to continue to dump very heavy amounts of rainfall here. We are going to break the news now. We have run with 155 miles per hour on intensity, a pressure of 930 millibars, you know, there is a very good chance that this is already a Category 5, but we don't have the recon evidence just yet, and we don't actually know for sure from satellite estimates either. So we're running with 155, but I think it is important to note this could be a Category 5 right now. To the team, what are your thoughts?
I mean, you know, it's extraordinary to see such a thing, but it's not necessarily wrong. It could well be such a strength already. It's just, I guess, frustrating in a way that we haven't been able to have the most vital reconnaissance data to provide us, you know, the most direct readings possible. Fortunately, it looks to be in just over an hour now, we are going to get a recon pass, and we're going to get a full confirmation of the exact intensity of the storm. You know, an hour goes 150 miles an hour, 934 millibars, and this storm has been rapidly intensifying all day at a near record-breaking pace. It was just behind Delta until an hour ago, but it's actually surpassed Delta, which was number 2 all-time for an intensification rate. So this brings us, it's less than a day from landfall.
Yeah,
and the latest I'm hearing from radar is that the eye may have continued to contract even further and may now be of a similar size to Delta's eye. Of course, we'll have to wait for recon to confirm that, but if it really is that small, then it would allow for continued significant strengthening.
It would, which is very, very concerning. And, I mean, again, the intensity that we have here could potentially be higher. I would also like to introduce some breaking news that we have. Our new cone is out. We are anticipating a Category 5 peak now with a 165 mile per hour peak now being anticipated by our very own Ethan Bruning, and we also have a landfall at 160 miles per hour now being anticipated for Nicaragua. That's right, Force 13 is now forecasting a Category 5 landfall for Nicaragua. To the team, with this new information, what are your thoughts? Do you agree with this? Do you think there are other possible scenarios?
I mean, I really hoped that this wouldn't happen, but here we are.
There are two alternate scenarios. One is that it intensifies even more than we're anticipating and makes landfall as a stronger storm. And the other is that it stalls offshore for long enough that it begins weakening and makes landfall as a Category 4. I don't think it would have enough time to weaken below a Category 4, although that is technically possible.
I think the only way you don't see at least a landfall near the current intensity of the storm at 150 to 155 miles an hour is if wind shear picks up a bit sooner than expected and at a bit of a higher rate, more like what happened in Delta, and the structure of the system manages to struggle a lot more than that as a result, in part due to its relatively small size. Otherwise, the wind speed, at least for the direct landfall area, will be catastrophic. It would be catastrophic if it was making landfall even this strength or, quite a bit weaker. And of course, the rainfall threat as this thing crawls through Central America for the better part of a week is going to be absolutely devastating on top of that.
Absolutely. I mean, this is bringing some really nasty impacts at this point. It's currently 1 o'clock UTC. We are expecting recon aircraft data to come in just after top of the next hour, so stay with us throughout this hour and through the next hour, and we will continue with coverage on this storm as it continues. We're going to be staying on until recon data. After that, I'm not sure how long we'll be staying, but we'll definitely be back before the landfall of this catastrophic situation. With that being said, let's take some questions here. Just mentioned Force 13. The chat does fly by fast, so some questions, I do apologize if they don't get answered. We will continue to answer questions throughout the night. If your question doesn't get answered after about 5 minutes or so, feel free to ask it again and we will attempt to answer it. So, one question that I saw earlier that I think is interesting is, with the possibility of redevelopment, is there a possibility of this being a subtropical cyclone when it redevelops? I overall think that's a no. This has more than enough ocean heat content, and I don't believe that baroclinic forcing is going to be quite influential enough on it to allow us to have a deepening system without it being from tropical sources of energy.
Correct. Yeah, it's in the deep tropics.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Kay.
You are correct, Schwentz. It's in the deep tropics. It doesn't have any reason. It's basically unable to be subtropical because the oceans are too warm.
That is true. I have continued to see in chat questions about some ridiculously high estimates that we are seeing from some objective intensity analyses. I can tell you for sure that that is not the actual intensity of the storm. I know some of these are being cited within chat. Do not panic. The storm is not as strong as those estimates do say. The 155 mile per hour estimate that we're currently giving, it could be a little higher than that, but it is nowhere near as high as some of these estimates are saying. So we're just saying right now, we do not think, we actually know this storm is not as strong as those objective estimates are saying. Just want to make that clear.
Someone asking a question as well. How much storm surge do you expect? I mean, the forecast right now, the latest from the National Hurricane Center, is 12 to 18 feet, which is about 4 to 6 meters. Based on the current intensity trends, it wouldn't be surprising to see that raised further. And keep in mind that 4 to 6 feet, or 4 to 6 meters of just a wall of water moving inland is already, potentially unsurvivable in itself. Anything else on top of that is just an addition. If there's any silver lining, because the strongest winds are contained to such a small area, the hurricane force winds, as of 4 hours ago, were only at most 20 nautical miles from the center of the storm. That worst surge will be occurring over a relatively small location because of that, but that doesn't mitigate the risk from that particular threat whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, this storm, the catastrophic situation that this is unfolding into is something that I can't, it's hard to fathom. We just had Goni and now we have this. It is difficult to fathom. Something else, we are getting some questions about the CDPS rating of this storm. Is this going to be a CDPS Stage 10 with some comparisons to Dorian being brought up when it comes to installing Category 5 tropical cyclone over land? I'm not anticipating this is going to be a Stage 10, regardless of whether it's a Stage 9 or 10. They both fall into the extreme damage category. It is the highest damage potential you can get. The difference between a 9 and a 10 is not that significant. By the time you're getting up to Stage 9, you are expecting absolutely catastrophic, life-altering damage. You're going to see life-threatening damage from this storm. I mean, we've already seen life-threatening flooding from it. This is going to deliver damage that is not common, even in the most powerful of tropical cyclones. This is a unique situation. This is the kind of beast you don't see every day. We've seen damage photos from Goni out of the Philippines. It is a devastating situation that's unfolding over there. And I think it's safe to say that we could see damage photos very similar out of this. This is an extremely dangerous situation, and it needs to be treated as such.
Yeah, both Stage 9 and 10 have the description of near total damage at the landfall area, or where that's occurring, that's Stage 9 or 10. So the difference between those, just as the difference between, 155 to 160 miles an hour is minute enough to where, people shouldn't be paying too much attention to that, even if the classification change, of course, gets a lot of, media coverage and, I guess, hype around it would be the way to put it. Regardless of what exactly happens, you have an extraordinarily powerful storm about to make landfall in the next 24 hours in Nicaragua. And after that, it's going to be moving very slowly to the point where even where it's potentially no longer an actual tropical cyclone, it's going to be dropping, over 400 to 500 millimeters of rain across vast regions of Central America with localized maximums almost at a meter. And that in itself, that specific widespread massive risk is why this storm is so dangerous. Even when this thing winds down for a while and is potentially no longer even a tropical cyclone in 2.5 to 3 days, it will still be causing imminent and ongoing life-threatening conditions at that time.
For sure. We have another question that is coming in here. What is expected to happen after this storm leaves the Gulf of Honduras as it reemerges over in the Caribbean Sea? I want to look at some model guidance that we've had today. This is as of 18Z. We do have 0Z guidance now. It looks like overall the consensus is that we're going to see this turn back out to sea, and there is a good chance, I think NHC even forecasts it, that this does regenerate into a tropical cyclone. Whether it's associated with Eta or receives a new name, honestly isn't overly important. But I must say, if you're in the Yucatan Peninsula, if you're in Cuba, and even if you're in the United States Gulf Coast, I would be keeping an eye on this, because this could definitely turn into a serious situation for any of you at any point over the next 5 to 6 days. It's absolutely, it's absolutely critical that you're watching this, because this could be extremely dangerous.
I do want to emphasize particularly on that the model spread and uncertainty by the time we get to day 5 even is massive, and anything beyond that is, really too much right now considering the spread. Right now, National Hurricane Center explicitly says they're unsure if whatever tries to reemerge over the northwestern Caribbean Sea will even be Eta, or if its actual circulation will completely dissipate and it'll just be a new piece of energy that comes in. But, to reiterate, it is important once, as this is impacting Central America, of course, that people elsewhere need to be monitoring its developments closely to see if what right now is a very uncertain possibility enters the reasonable time frame as a more likely potential solution.
I would say that the places that need to watch this most carefully are the Cayman Islands and Cuba. Anywhere along the Caribbean coastline of Cuba, including the Isle of Youth, is at risk from what may or may not redevelop from what we presume to be the remnants of Eta.
Yep.
It's the best way to put it.
Yep. But even so, right now we have a situation where you have a upper end Category 4 major hurricane about to make a catastrophic landfall in northern Nicaragua and then move at a snail's pace over Nicaragua and Honduras and potentially Guatemala, El Salvador, and Belize, dumping extreme rainfall over the entire region for more than half a week right now. And I think despite everyone's concerns down the line, week plus out, that upcoming known is the most important and key point with this system right now.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is absolutely, continuing to, just be a feat to watch. We are continuing to see rapid improvement on satellite appearance, even since our initial intensity estimate at top of the hour. We have another question. Why did Eta get so much stronger than expected? Would anyone care to explain the dynamics that allowed this to occur?
The unpredictable pinhole eye allowed the storm to intensify at an incredibly rapid rate that is sometimes referred to as explosive intensification. And unlike other storms that have undergone Eyewall replacement cycles before getting there, this storm doubled down on its pinhole structure and pushed through the Eyewall replacement cycle. I believe that's why we saw it pause earlier. There was a secondary wind maximum that formed, and we saw it on radar. And then the inner core came out on top, basically won the fight, knocked out the outer eye wall that completely dissipated, and now after that we've seen rapid clearing of the eye and likely rapid deepening accompanying that.
For sure.
Thomas?
Yes, David?
Just looking at the satellite imagery on the screen, is there any way you could go in closer? I'm just looking at, I just want to see the colours in the eye.
There's no particular way that I know of to get too much closer right now. I can attempt to do that later, but this is about the best we got. This is a mesoscale floater. I was using RAM slider. That is not updating as quickly as this particular imagery is. This imagery is the most up-to-date that we can get, so that's what we're getting right now. I have some more questions that have come in. We've had lots of questions actually come in, so I'm going to do my best to answer as many of these as I possibly can. Someone asking, will the storm weaken after landfall? I think that's a definite yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Hold up. I'm sorry to cut you off. Something interesting is potentially happening with Reconnaissance. I saw people that were trying to say this in the chat were just talking.
We have it. It appears they have turned around.
I don't think that's a full turn. I think they might be readjusting themselves
for a center fix. Let's hope so.
Either to have to climb altitude or change their height level at a certain point. I haven't got the latest point yet. After all the errors,
they were going straight.
Yeah, I just really don't see how after all the errors earlier today that they would fly this far in after all those errors and then decide at the last second to turn away. There's no reasonable explanation for that. I want to see the altitude chart of the plane at that point. I really think it's more likely than not, especially since they were starting to record SFMR and rain rates at that point, that they're just trying to change their altitude. I really sincerely hope that there isn't an issue that's causing them to have to decide to pull off the last second at this real crucial point.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely a developing situation that we will be continuing to talk about. We have some more questions here. first of all, how long will we be on tonight? Well, we're going to make sure, we're going to figure out whether or not Recon's flying into the storm, which apparently is a question now. Hopefully it still is. We'll know here relatively soon. And then after that, we'll continue to see whether this is a Category 5 or not. We have another question with landfall coverage tomorrow. We will be doing that. Will that be hosted by myself or Nathan? That will be hosted by me, so you'll get to have more fun times with me as Nathan will continue to be gone. He'll be back soon, though. And then finally, how close are we to calling this a Cat 5? Well, I know we're probably not going to do it until Recon is in there, but if Recon turns back, we'll have to see. As of now, though,
confirm that image was a fake.
Okay, so we are not having Recon turning around. That is good news.
That is very fortunate.
Someone was trying to pull a social media prank.
Oh my god! Oh,
So there you go, guys. You saw it here first. I fell for a social media prank on a live stream about a tropical cyclone. Feel free to put that in the blooper reel, but there's the actual image. So since that is well, since that's happened, that's mildly embarrassing. We will continue on with this, with Recon coming in. This is definitely good news that we are going to continue to see Recon coming in. I'd assume here relatively shortly we'll start getting some more information on that. So hopefully we'll start getting more data sooner rather than later. But that image right there, not so real. The other image is. But again, this is a very concerning storm, to say the least.
I mean, fortunately, if there's any solace, we are going to be getting full data soon, which not only will allow coverage on the system to improve, but it'll also help local officials, better prepare on the final approach of this extremely dangerous system. So I know a lot of people have been upset today or frustrated that we haven't had data because we haven't been properly able to cover it to some extent, or people that are tracking it have been, concerned because of it. But the most important thing about getting this recon data is that actual local governments will be able to have that vital information to better prepare certain areas, even if we're already getting to that point where preparations really should already be complete. Daylight savings time has happened here at least. So at this time, it's really getting dark down in Nicaragua, Honduras, and other portions of Central America. And especially since the thing's starting to get close to the shore, we've already seen the outer bands cause substantial rainfall totals. You do not want to get caught out in a situation like this whatsoever. Please make sure that any of your preparations are already complete, or if they're for some reason not complete, they're done imminently before it gets too dark or unsafe to continue further.
Alright, I'm just looking at the latest satellite imagery. I think we have minus 83s surrounding the entirety of the eye at this point, and it's stationary. This thing hasn't moved an inch in the latest frames. This thing is completely stationary, and not only that, it appears that the eye there is looking really good as well. This is looking significantly better, nearly a perfectly symmetrical minus 80, just huge ring of minus 80s around that eye. This is looking like a really powerful hurricane, and I cannot stress enough, regardless of whether this is a Category 4 or 5, which we do not know yet, this will be a catastrophic storm for Nicaragua and Honduras. This needs to be taken seriously. And again, I do want to also stress that this could be a Category 5 right now. We're still keeping it at 155 miles per hour, 930 millibars.
And there was someone in chat who was asking a question. They wanted to know what the eye temperature is. The latest fixes that we've been seeing are between minus 11.6 and minus 6.2, so very close to positive, which is very difficult for a pinhole eye to achieve. So it's very, very impressive we're seeing such numbers, especially without a perfect angle on the satellite, because what that means is with such a small eye, we're likely seeing the base of the eye wall and not much of the eye, whereas if we were directly over the top, we'd be able to see the true temperature, which may already be in the positives at this point.
Yeah, and I also want to just clarify as well for someone in the chat, or a couple people actually, this isn't an annular cyclone by any means. We
Quite the opposite.
Yeah, it has very impressive dual outflow banding features, which are causing extensive rainfall totals, not just in Nicaragua near the center of the storm, but also in Honduras and all the way in Jamaica. And this won't be going into the Gulf of Mexico in any near vicinity right now. All forecasts that really try to redevelop it right now or drift the remnants back in the water do so over the northwestern Caribbean Sea, off the coasts of Honduras, Belize, and the eastern Yucatan Peninsula, not in the Gulf of Mexico for clarification purposes for that point in time.
Yeah.
Looking at...
Go on, David.
Sorry, I was just saying, looking at the satellite imagery, it is... well, we know it's intensifying, but the structure is just another beautiful system and one for the record books. But it's life. Well, it's here for a couple more days yet, and we don't know what it's going to do in 5 days' time. But I back up what Thomas has said.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a extraordinary situation. I'm not sure if I can recall a storm that's looked this good in the Atlantic, at least in recent memory. This satellite appearance is absolutely incredible. Recon data, I'm honestly getting scared to see what recon data is going to indicate here. I'm really worried about what recon's going to find with the current satellite appearance that I'm seeing from this.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to emphasize as well, real quick, is that despite, of course, the extremely impressive appearance and the possibility that this thing is, really near or at Category 5 status imminently, is that it's still a very small storm. We're talking as of 4.5 hours ago, the maximum extent of hurricane force winds being 20 nautical miles, and the maximum extent of tropical storm force winds being 110 nautical miles, with the southwestern quadrant at that time only being 40 nautical miles. So despite it being extremely powerful and having the potential to drop large amounts of rainfall over Central America over this week, its current size and the areas that will see the strongest winds will be confined to a very small area. So while we're talking a lot about the wind speed potential with this system, the worst wind speeds will be felt over a very small area, and the largest widespread risk will, of course, be the extreme potential for rainfall totals across the region over the next several days.
And I mean, again, we've been talking about the nature of this storm for a while. Rainfall is the biggest threat with this right now. So, even though this storm could very well be a Category 5 right now, regardless of whether it's a Category 4 or 5, the impacts will be nearly the same. So, at this point, the wind speeds are so high that you're going to be getting catastrophic damage anyway. The biggest thing that's going on right now is we're just going to see how much rain's going to fall. And unfortunately, the stronger this gets, the more water the storm can hold, the more quickly it will weaken once that core gets disrupted over land, and the more rain that will fall. So unfortunately, the stronger this gets, the worse the winds get, but not only that, the worse the rain gets as well.
Yeah, absolutely in that regard. And we're having a situation where, on top of all that, this is going to be going over pretty significant population centers, as someone had mentioned in the chat. We do have the potential for this to not only have the center cross anywhere between a large portion of Nicaragua and potentially most of Honduras have the center, but as the system unwinds while going over land, you're going to be having very substantial rainfall occurring over most of eastern and northern Nicaragua, large portions of Honduras, and other countries in Central America too. Guatemala, El Salvador, Belize, and even portions of the Yucatan Peninsula and Mexico can all get very substantial rainfall from the system. And also Jamaica too, which has the potential for around another 5 to 8 inches of additional rainfall.
Yeah, I mean, rainfall is, again, we can't stress it enough, the main threat with this storm. And again, I'm going to pull up this rainfall graphic we produced earlier today, and you can see there that we do have over 20 inches of rain forecast in some spots. Not only that, but our key messages stress this as well. This was as of when it was 140 miles per hour. Disregard the intensity estimate. We have it at 155 now. But you can still see there those high impact areas. You need to be rushing your preparations to completion. If your preparations are not complete yet, it's nearly too late to do so. You need to be rushing them to completion as quickly as possible. Tropical storm force winds are likely arriving ashore in some areas of Nicaragua if they have not arrived already. Alright, with that being said, we've had a lot of new viewers since the beginning of this hour, so with that being said, I would like to go over the watches and warnings the National Hurricane Center currently has in effect. A hurricane warning is in effect for the coast of Nicaragua from the Honduras-Nicaragua border to Sandy Bay Surfy. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the northern coast of Honduras from Punta Patunca to the Honduras-Nicaragua border. A hurricane watch is in effect for the northeastern coast of Honduras from the Punta Patunca to the Honduras-Nicaragua border. And finally, a tropical storm watch is in effect for the northern coast of Honduras from west of Punta Patunca westward to Punta Castilla. So that's what we're seeing right there. And again, hurricane conditions are likely to come in short order. Also, in other news, we do have a new iFix now at 4.6 degrees Celsius. Negative 4.6 degrees Celsius, so it is about to go positive, it looks like. Alright, well, we do have more questions. We continue to have this. What are the chances that Eta becomes a Category 5? At this point, we're waiting for recon to see if it is right now. I'd say the odds are it's going to do it. I think that a lot of our team right now is thinking odds are it's going to do it. So I'm at this point, I'd say that it's greater than 80-85% right now. I'd even be tempted to go with 90% right now that this makes it, if it's not there already.
I agree.
It's definitely...
So just...
Go on.
Sorry, just recapping what Thomas said, we're just waiting for the information to come via the recon to confirm whether it's a 5, but a major system that I'm really concerned about the rainfall across all the areas in coming days as per the NHC's current advisory.
Alright, with that being said, we're going to be taking a quick break. We will be back in just a little bit with more coverage on Hurricane Eta, a catastrophic situation unfolding for Nicaragua and Honduras.
You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to more live coverage on Major Hurricane Eta, a 155-mile-per-hour catastrophic Category 4 hurricane that is heading towards Nicaragua at this time. We're going to open it up with a couple of questions, and then we're going to continue discussion on the assessment of its current intensity, and then we will announce at top of the hour whether we're going to be making an upgrade to Category 5 status. We'll see we'll see here in less than half an hour. All right. Well, first of all, will this storm stall? I think it's stalling right now. I think that we're at that point where it is stalling, unfortunately. And, I think the problem is we don't know when it's going to stop.
General indications are that it's going to begin moving more consistently to the west-southwest in the next several hours, although this, really slow motion near stalling slightly south-southwest, was anticipated. It's harder to say sometimes when steering currents are so weak when you're going to get a move on. But right now, at least, it should happen relatively soon in the next several hours, with landfall expectations still for early tomorrow afternoon local time. We're looking around anywhere between 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, the stalling of the storm is what makes it so dangerous, hence why the rainfall forecasts are expected to be so high. Next question, what is the absolute maximum intensity that this storm could attain?
I would say 185 to 190 miles an hour and a pressure below 900 millibars.
I would say that's completely fair.
That would be exceptional. That would be exceptional if it happened in a situation that's already exceptional. Just to say how extreme that would be.
Yeah, I mean, in November to see something like that would be absolutely insane.
We only had one or two Category 5s in November in the Atlantic in recorded history too, right? So I mean, just
the one.
Yeah, just
one. That was a very strong storm as well. It currently holds the record for longest time spent at Category 5, 3 consecutive days.
Yeah, wow. So I mean, goes to show, this would be one of something just to be along in the history books if it become a Category 5. It does have room to go further than that before wind shear picks up a couple hours before landfall, and that would probably level things off a bit. But the potential for this to become incredibly strong has already materialized in front of us.
It has, and the storm is looking very, very good and continues to improve on satellite imagery. Another question, what is the CDPS scale on Eta right now? We have it at a stage 9. That means extreme damage is possible. That is the same stage as Goni and Haiyan. For reference, Laura was only a stage 7, and that did catastrophic damage as well. So this is not something to take lightly at all. This system continues to be a really serious situation and something that we cannot take lightly at this time. It is a situation, it's one of the rarest of the rare when it comes to tropical cyclones. This is an exceptional circumstance. You don't see things like this every day.
Absolutely. And another question as well, someone asking, why are computer models trying to show upwards of 500 millimeters of rainfall in Costa Rica and parts of Panama in association with the system? I think the best answer to this is some of the footage we were going over at the start of the stream, is that even though the core and the extent of tropical storm force and hurricane winds are quite small for a hurricane, the outer bands, which don't necessarily have stronger winds, but can carry heavy rainfall totals, especially when they park over areas for certain long periods of time, extend far away from the system. We already saw in northwestern Honduras, imagery and video of flooding. We've already seen Jamaica, localized areas get upwards of 5 inches of rain already. And the current forecasts not only call for localized peaks of about 900 millimeters to a meter of rain, with widespread areas getting, upwards of 500 millimeters of rain from where the storm makes landfall in Nicaragua through Honduras and into Guatemala and Belize, and trying to eke into El Salvador a little bit. But these outer bands will also be causing rainfall further away from where the center is too. Right now, in the next 5 days, the GFS is saying that we could see an additional 5+ inches of rainfall over large portions of Jamaica, and one of those bands and banding features could cause the potential over more mountainous terrain in Costa Rica and Panama, over 5 inches plus of rainfall there as well, which would be well over 300 millimeters. And some of the indications are that it could be significantly higher than that. So despite the core being small, there is the threat for widespread flooding risk well away from the center as this thing crawls across Central America after moving inland.
Yeah, for sure, and this is a significant situation for sure. We've just gotten news. Recon is about 30 minutes out, so at the beginning of the next hour, we will be able to get you recon information as this flies into the storm, and you will be looking at the storm with us, and we will all find out together whether this is a Category 5. With that being said, we also have some more questions coming in. The first one being, is it possible that a Greek name get retired? I believe it was like there was a half retiree in 2005, like they said they retired it, but the name got used again anyway.
That hasn't happened. They actually didn't retire any Greek names from 2005. But what they've said would happen is that the Greek name would be retired with the year. So, for example, it would be Zeta 2020. But with how extreme Eta is going to be, I don't think anyone ever anticipated a Greek named storm being so utterly catastrophic to such a large area. I think there's going to be some serious discussions going on at the World Meteorological Organization's summit next year when they discuss this season, and I'm pretty sure they'll be looking at having to make changes to the naming protocol in the Atlantic to deal with how extreme Eta is going to be.
Yeah,
it's going to be historic by changing the naming list potentially.
Yeah, and of course, that's probably a conversation that's going to happen. But I do want to reiterate to people in the chat that are asking those kind of questions too, that despite that, the more immediate focus right now shouldn't be, oh, is this storm going to be retired, or how much damage in dollars is this going to cause, or something like that. It should be on the fact that this storm has already dropped a lot of rainfall. It is one of the top three or top 5 fastest intensifying storms on record in the Atlantic Basin, and it's going to be making a potentially catastrophic landfall in northern Nicaragua tomorrow before moving very slowly inland and dropping extreme amounts of rainfall that will be life-threatening to very large portions of Central America over the next 3 to 4 days. That should be the main focus for people more than anything else right now.
I would be inclined to agree with that. We are definitely seeing that being the primary focus. Other things, we have a second plane that's about to take off, Air Force 303. So we have 304 and 303, which will be taking off into this. And we're starting to see SFMRs coming in from Air Force 304. We're getting ready to see our first readings from Eta, and we will begin to get more information shortly. We'll be keeping you up to date on the latest with the storm. Alright, and as we do continue to move along here, let's answer some more questions. First of all, before we really do get into impacts, when it comes to ACE, and Kay, I know you know a lot about ACE and you keep track of it, will Eta tip over the scale to have 2020 be a hyperactive season according to ACE?
I believe, according to the fact that Eta is expected to redevelop in some way after this landfall, that it will be the storm that brings us over the points and brings us over the limit and gets us to hyperactive status by the end of its life.
I know yesterday we were 8 ACE points off, and just as a reference, a Category 3, 115 miles an hour, adds 1 point of ACE per every 6 hours. The only thing that would bar it from potentially doing that before it makes landfall in Nicaragua and weakens would be just the time. It maybe clocks in 12, maybe 18 hours at a very high ACE per 6 hour point. But because it has so little time, it, at least in this stage of its life, might not get past that barrier.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. Again, tons of questions flooding in. We'll do our best in order to get to as many of them as we can. How wide is the eye approximately? Do we have a fix on how wide the eye is?
Very small. 4 to 6 nautical miles is the latest reasonable estimates that I've seen from our team.
Despite those estimates on satellite, we are going to get a full actual data fix on that in the next 30 to 40 minutes or so when Recon makes its first full center pass too. So in that regard, at least, we'll be able to find that out in the very near future.
That we will, as this storm continues to intensify quite remarkably. I have some news here that is rather concerning. Multiple convective blowups in the Eyewall of -90s coming in the CDO. Multiple blowups of -90s firing off in the CDO right now. You did hear me correctly. That is more than one. This is very concerning, and I think it's unfortunately safe to say the storm is still rapidly intensifying with convection.
It would
like
seem
that.
so. There's been no degrading of the appearance in the last hour or so. It's just been continuously improving.
Yeah,
And I just want to clear up some things for the chat really quick. I see a lot of people trying to use the ADT number in chat, which has continued to go up very high. I think the last raw reading was 8.4. Despite that, it actually takes time for that number to verify. The storm would have to maintain its current appearance for a few hours to actually reasonably say it could be near at such a level. So the adjusted and final number on ADT, if you're looking at more than just the raw and looking at the actual full picture, is still substantially lower than that right now. So that is the raw number. That isn't the adjusted or actual final number right now, although it's indicative of the potential this storm has if we were to maintain its appearance without any degradation whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean this is extraordinary here. I don't think I've ever seen a storm with a satellite appearance like this in the Atlantic Ocean. Can anyone else recall a storm that looked like this in the Atlantic with those -90s, the perfect CDO and the eye temperature, which is nearing positives? I mean, I can't recall one off the top of my head.
Gilbert.
That is our own Devin Williams, our chief hurricane analyst, who has joined us on the stream. Devin, this has been a crazy storm to watch. What are your thoughts on it right now, and what do you think about the possibility of it being a Category 5?
Cat 5. Cat 5.
All right.
I think that means he wants it.
All I'm going to say is that this storm has made me extremely annoyed all day long. Luckily, the satellite estimation numbers, there's a few things that keep it from flying completely off the charts right now. For one, the pinhole eye is really difficult to resolve. So we currently only have a temperature of -1. It could potentially be better than that. We're waiting for recon. And the second thing that's keeping the numbers from flying completely off the table is that the CDO is not wrapped tightly around the eye, or as tightly as you would like to see with a cyclone as powerful as this one. Yeah, just a couple of really lone saving graces here that's preventing this storm from flying completely off the table and getting scores of 195 miles an hour. Although some satellite estimation techniques that are wrong say that it is when it isn't. I don't really have anything else to say. I'm just as awestruck as you guys, because this is pretty much the exact same thing we were saying literally 48 hours ago. We were literally saying the same exact thing. Verbatim, we've been saying the same exact thing. It's the same exact formula, same exact script, different part of the world, 48 hours away from each other.
Absolutely
Has there ever been a
crazy.
situation like this where you have two storms rapidly intensify this much or about this much, such a
Ivan,
short time frame to each other?
Ivan and Joan of 97?
So maybe one other time in recorded history then.
I mean, that's one that I can at least think of off the top of my head is Ivan and Joan of 97. Because those two were active at the same time.
And I mean,
Either way, very rare event.
Yeah, it's an extremely well. A Category 5 itself is a rare event, so having two of them as back-to-back storms in the world is an ultra rare event. Having both of the storms exceed 180 miles an hour is an unbelievably rare thing to do. Joan and Ivan of 97 did that. Obviously, Goni did that. We don't know if Eta's going to do that. We're going to hope that it doesn't. We're going to hope that the CDO collapses. We're going to hope that the Eye somehow messes up. We're going to hope that the Recon gets into the storm and finds pressures in the 940s. We all know that that's not going to happen, but we're going to damn well hope for it.
Yeah, and I mean,
And at this point, we can only watch and wait while Recon moves into the storm.
Yeah, so Recon, I think, is just now getting to 16 north.
They're just about to get into the correct flight altitude for their penetration.
Yep. So, yeah, the last update that I see here that looks like the plane was about 16.1 or 16.2 north. I was expecting a recon pass to happen right about the time that I arrived home from work. Looks like we're going to be waiting another half an hour yet.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting a little while. We will have recon within the next hour, and we will have an intensity estimate based on recon by 3 UTC or 9 o'clock Central Standard Time, which would be 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We have some people asking about the intensity of the storm. Again, we're not going to go as much off of satellite estimations here, especially because we're about to have recon. And not only that, but these satellite estimations are blowing this way out of the water. This storm is not as strong as some of those raw estimates that people are looking at are saying they are.
Yeah. So those raw estimates are really, I think they're even high for raw estimates, honestly. These estimates are even high for raw because when I have my own subjective satellite analysis, I'm pretty sure everyone knows that I have my own technique and my own wind pressure relationship that I use, which is decently accurate enough for me to actually use it in confidence, which is saying something. You end up coming out to be a raw rating with the way that the storm looks right now of 175 miles an hour. Unless the eye gets to +9 or the CDO wraps tightly around the eye, I'm not gonna bump it any higher than 175. I don't see it getting higher than 175 anyways. The MPIs in that region I think are around 180, if I remember correctly.
Supposedly, but we know that storms intensifying this rapidly with such efficient structures can exceed MPI.
Yep. Take a look at Goni.
Exactly.
So, it's something that you would have to take with a grain of salt, obviously. And pinhole ice storms such as this, I'm pretty much being on here to kind of be in arms when this plane goes through this storm, goes to the center of this eye, and records a pressure because I think that the pressure is going to be a lot lower than anyone's going to have originally thought it's going to be. Not to say that the intensity is going to be over or underestimated, but rather the pressure, I think, is going to be a lot lower than many people will expect it.
And also, just a question I think would be important to answer too, just for people that might not know some of the terminology. What does CDO mean? Just for those that aren't aware about.
Okay. Yeah, I will try my best to describe what a CDO is without showing a CDO. Basically, what the CDO is, it stands for the term Central Dense Overcast. And that is a pretty loaded term for somebody that has no knowledge of meteorology whatsoever. So the basic term for the CDO is that the central dense overcast is basically the area of the coldest cloud tops going around the eye of the hurricane. So you're not taking a look at the outflow channels of the bands going all the way around the storm. You're not really taking a look at that when you're talking about the central dense overcast. You're not looking at the inflow bands. You're not looking at the outflow bands. Nothing in the exterior. You're just looking at the very coldest cloud tops, which is usually a circular region around the eye of a hurricane. If you take a look at the powerful hurricanes, all of them will feature a near circular or perfectly circular central dense overcast region around the eye. So when you're going ahead and take a look at that, that's what half of your satellite estimates are based off of. How cold an entire ring of this region is around the eye is a good indication of how strong a storm will be based on satellite. Now, what you'll have to notice is that obviously you can't just take one strip. You know, it's basically like a math equation. If you're familiar with calculus, you know this is integration. But if you're not, that's perfectly okay. Basically, what you would have to do is you would have to find a ring in here somewhere that basically has the minimum cloud top temperature. So, not the minimum, the maximum cloud top temperature, technically, because we're talking about negative temperatures here. And the reason why you want to take the minimum is because you want to find what is the worst possible case for the intensity of the storm. Because you really don't, because it's really easy to have intensity estimates fly off the charts with these satellite estimations. So you want to find, well, what would be the worst case? So when you're talking about Eta, you're talking about right in here against the eye. Now, if these minus 80 degree cloud tops, if they wrapped all the way around the eye nice and tightly, we wouldn't have this problem. But because the minus 80s just have not been able to consistently wrap around the eye tightly, it's going to end up being a massive penalty to the storm, at least underneath my subjective analysis. Now, the latest frame, as you can see here, looks better in that aspect, but there is still a massive cut in the minus 80s here. So you would have to take whatever that would end up being. That would be minus 78. And that's what you would use as your central dense overcast temperature. So it's minus 78. That would be a cold medium gray. The eye temperature, which is, again, very difficult to measure in pinhole eye situations. We're getting minus 3. That's pretty much what you're going to have to go with, too. You don't really have an option. The eye needs to be at least plus 9 to kick it into the next tier, so minus 3 is not going to give it any bonuses. So pretty much you're still talking about, even with this latest frame of 155 coming in, we're still looking at least a raw of 175 miles an hour.
All right, and with that being said, thank you so much for your in-depth analysis. We're going to be going on a quick 5-minute break. We'll be right back at the top of the hour with a brand new intensity estimate, and then after that we will have reconnaissance aircraft data, and we'll be able to see for ourselves what this intensity of the storm is. All right, again, thank you so much for watching. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
continues in a moment. You can follow Force 13's outlets, the website, force13.com, our YouTube page, youtube.com/Force13, on Facebook under the same name, Force13, and our Twitter handle, it's @Force13 if you wish to get in touch. You can also add Force13 on Skype, and my personal account on Discord, Fool13, at extension 9094. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Back on with another hour of coverage with a catastrophic situation unfolding right now. Hurricane Eta, we're holding it with an intensity of 155 miles per hour and a pressure of 930 millibars. Recon is flying into the storm right now, and I am fairly certain that by the end of the hour we will have a significantly different intensity estimate than we currently do right now. So stay tuned, as we will have a new intensity estimate using reconnaissance aircraft data by the end of the hour. With me tonight, I do have my team consisting of Amy, David, Christian, Devin, Ethan, Kay, and Strat. How are all of you doing tonight?
I could be doing better, mate.
I think that's what we'd all say right now, watching this historic intensification continue.
Yeah,
I think we can all say we're glad we're not in Nicaragua right now.
Yeah.
Well, that would be arrogant. So I'm not going to say that myself.
I'm good. It's roughly about 2 in the morning here, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I might pop off fairly soon, but yeah, I'm good.
Alright, we do have recon aircraft data, but before that, Kay, I know that you wanted to go over the watches and warnings for everyone, so what are the current watches and warnings in effect regarding Hurricane Eta?
Oh, I think we might have just had some... No, never mind. The watches and warning currently in effect are as follows. A hurricane warning is in effect for the coast of Nicaragua from the Honduras-Nicaragua border to Sandy Bay, Sirpi. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the northeastern coast of Honduras from Punta Patuca to the Honduras-Nicaragua border. A hurricane watch is in effect for the northeastern coast of Honduras from Punta Patuca to the Honduras-Nicaragua border. A tropical storm watch is in effect for the northern coast of Honduras from west of Punta Patuca westward to Punta Castilla. A hurricane warning means that hurricane conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area, in this case within the next 12 hours or so. Preparations to protect life and property should have been completed, as time has run out for such preparations.
Yeah, we are at a point now where those preparations are really beginning to, you should have prepared by now. The storm is really starting to bear down. That that those highest cloud tops are really beginning to expand on the storm, and now we do have recon heading in. We're going to have updates from it every 10 minutes. Currently, flight level winds that have been found in the storm around 45 knots as we're just now heading into the storm. We'll show you the graphic here. Those yellows being 45 knots or 50 miles per hour. Those are the highest winds that have been found so far on just the outer bands of the storm. We're very soon going to have a more realistic intensity estimate, and we'll be watching live, just as all of you are in chat, as this storm's intensity is assessed in real time. We will figure out together whether this is a Category 5, and you'll be right there if we make the call. To the team, this storm has just been extraordinary. It looks great on satellite, and so the big question is now, first of all, what do we think Recon's going to find? And second of all, do we think that because this is a pinhole eye and the satellite is actually at an angle compared to where it would be if the system was right over the satellite, do we think the eye temperature is significantly warmer than what's currently being shown on satellite?
Well, it's difficult to tell, because here's the thing with the satellite estimates is that you have to go off of the eye temperature that's on satellite. You can't go with the eye temperature that's on recon, because it's about how open the eye is. Now, if a recon plane flies into this storm and they're able to look up and they see clear skies, then we should obviously have some satellite indication that eye is clear. That would be an indication that eye is clear, and we should absolutely run with a recon temperature. But unless we get definitive proof of that, which I don't think we will, I really don't think we will on this one. I'm going to say that we're just going to have to run with the eye temperatures that we have on satellite right now, which are fluctuating between -3 and -8 in the past few frames. The central dense overcast around the eye has started to get its act together in the past few frames, so that's concerning. We're just waiting for recon to come into this storm, and we're pretty much everybody's waiting to see what recon's saying. You're waiting for it, we're waiting for it, National Hurricane Center's waiting for it, TWC is waiting for it. Basically every single news reporting agency right now is waiting on these brave souls that are putting their lives on the line, flying a little tiny plane into a terrifying storm. And yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, the satellite appearance is still, in my opinion, improving compared to what it's been over the last hour. It's been improving since the stream started. I know we were talking about last hour, those -80s really getting tight around the CDO. We're not seeing that, but we are starting to see, I saw a couple of red pixels every once in a while within that CDO where we'd see these little -79s. Those are virtually gone at this point.
There's still a few of them, but yeah, they're there.
But yeah,
there's still very few of them. I mean, I see there's like 3 pixels there, 2 pixels there, a group of 3 pixels here, 1 pixel there. I mean, you're nitpicking at that point.
Yeah, we are.
But,
I mean, but
when you're talking about a judge of rating a storm at 195 miles an hour, yeah, you need a nitpick, because the storm has to be perfect if it's going to be that strong.
It does, and I don't think that the storm is that strong. I don't think any of us
No,
do.
not yet. The good news, or bad news, I don't know what news this is, but the news, I guess we'll call it, is that the storm's basically stalling now. So the implications that the storm's stalling now is that it's not directly stalling over land. So maybe it'll accelerate as it moves inland, which is a good thing. If it stalls over water, that means upwelling can become a concern. That is a good thing. That also means that the heaviest rainfall that we were expecting over 4 feet of rain to dump into Nicaragua. Maybe a large chunk of that rainfall might be able to stay offshore. That's a good thing. So it's potentially good news, but that's only if it accelerates as it moves inland. If it decides to just sit there, that's even worse.
The unfortunate thing, though, is that despite the core being smaller, and if it stalls for longer offshore, maybe it weakens a little bit before coming on land, is that, the outer bands from this system are already causing significant rainfall totals. We've seen satellite-derived totals for the past 24 hours inland being over 5 inches substantially at land areas. We've already seen very substantial rainfall totals, not just near the coast in Nicaragua and far eastern Honduras, but in Jamaica, we've already seen over 5 inches of rainfall. Back in western and northwestern Honduras, we've seen significant rainfall totals and flooding already. And computer models are saying that despite the core being small, that over the next 5 days, land areas from Costa Rica and western Panama to Jamaica, all the way to Guatemala, Belize, and portions of Mexico will all see over 400 millimeters in some locations from this system.
And that is very reminiscent of a storm that shall not be named from 1998, to say the least. That is very, very eerily similar. What I could tell you is that Recon has just updated for Eta. We have hurricane force flight level winds. I think that comes as a surprise to nobody. The winds are very quickly ramping up, again, as a surprise to nobody. What I can say here is that more than likely, in the next update, which will come out in probably about 10 minutes, we're gonna have our first center fix with this storm, and we're gonna see just how much of a big boy this thing is.
Yeah, and
we're just gonna pray to God that we've been overestimating this storm.
Absolutely.
That's the best. If this plane goes into this storm and only finds 130 mile an hour winds, I'll be ecstatic. Honestly,
I would be
ecstatic. The unfortunate thing, though, is that this is doing, I think it looks like a north to south pass, so it's not going right to the northeastern Eyewall to get
the storm's moving virtually stationary, so the storm's there's no reason for the storm to not be axisymmetric.
That's true. What is it? It's moving near a
It's basically stationary.
The last update had the 6-hour average at 9 miles an hour, but it's definitely at least within the past hour to 3 hours going substantially slower than that.
It has slowed down significantly. It can't be moving more than like 2 or 3 miles an hour at this point. It's been moving virtually over the same area for the past 3 or 4 hours.
But this is looking to be an incredible pressure gradient that we're seeing. We're assuming that the central pressure is in the 920s, maybe
right now.
Lower. And we're currently at 995 extrapolated.
995,
and we're about 10 minutes out from the center, if not less.
And we already have hurricane force winds at flight level as well.
Well, if that's the pressure gradient, obviously an extreme pressure gradient means that we're going to see an extreme wind. So
I guess brace for impact.
That is definitely an eerie sign, and I just really hope that the data comes out.
I'll make sure to break in when it does.
Yeah, absolutely. Because as much as I don't want to say this, of course, whenever we're talking about one of these extreme scenarios where we're flying a plane into one of these storms, I always fear for the safety of the pilots of these planes, and I just really hope that they're able to bring her home safe and give us some good data yet again. But every single time we fly into one of these Cat 4, Cat 5 monsters, it's like, just please be safe.
I completely agree. Number one safety is for the crew of the people doing this research. If they can't do it safely, then we don't get research in future, it gets cancelled. So safety has to be the top priority.
Absolutely, and that's why we see so many. That's why we've seen so many planes go back. It's because they find some sort of safety flaw, or lightning will strike the plane, or something will end up happening, and they got to cancel a mission because we cannot have one of these planes go down or go missing during the middle of one of these storms.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we absolutely cannot afford that.
Because that would cause, I believe, all of the planes to be grounded until they worked out what happened, would it not, according to flight code?
I don't know what the flight code is, but not just to mention that, but also we also have an administration right now in the United States that's just trying to defund the hell out of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and a downed Hurricane Hunter flight is not going to help that situation.
Absolutely.
No, it's not. We have some major news. The eye temperature on satellite has now broken into the positives. A positive 3.9 given by our own U.S. Director Timothy Ringo at this point.
Oh no.
I will actually one-up him on this. I've got a pixel of positive 7.
Positive 7. You heard it from our chief hurricane analyst. The eye temperature of this storm is at positive 7.
Positive 7. This is, and that's a jump of 10 degrees. That's a jump of 10 degrees in a matter of 15 or 20 minutes. So the storm has once again started to improve. The symmetry still is not what you would expect it to be for a storm as intense of what you would think this would be. So I'm crossing my fingers here.
I think we all are
3
at
minutes
this point.
till recon.
Yep, we got 3 minutes until a new.
It's actually technically 1 minute, but you have to wait for the delay for it to come through, and that usually takes 2 to 3 minutes. So I'm figuring I'm probably not going to hear anything for 4 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, but we will have that information. As soon as that information comes in, we will break in, and we will determine at least whether this pass does have evidence supportive of a Category 5 hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us at this point would be more surprised if it didn't, just because a lot of this appearance hasn't been a new development. The general look of something this impressive has been here for most of the almost 3.5 hours we've been live now, and honestly continuing to at least generally improve. Although the CDO is not the tightest, as we explained a little bit earlier. Regardless of that, it's still been an extremely impressive storm. That's one of the quickest intensifying storms on record in the basin. The only other storms that could match its intensification rate from tropical depression to its current strength, if it becomes a Category 5. The only 2 storms to ever match that in the basin would be Wilma and Maria of 2017, both of which took 54 hours. If they decide that they want to go a little bit early, based on the recon data, I think it would be 51 hours. Or it's 51 or 54. Regardless, it would set or tie the record for the fastest intensifying storm to such a status if it happens.
Yes, and I should also note that there's only been one storm in Atlantic hurricane history that has actually intensified faster than this storm has, at least to its current status. And that storm also happened this year, and that storm was Delta. So that's also worth mentioning. That's the only storm that intensified faster than Eta to its current place. This is just about the worst case scenario when you're talking about the Atlantic hurricane basin.
We have the eye data. The extrapolated pressure is 927.
My God.
I'm seeing 120 knot flight level winds on the north eye wall. I'm not seeing what's in the southern eye wall because the plane hasn't got there yet, but on SFMRs, basically everything is flagged.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Well, we're gonna... we're going to see
I'm
short.
seeing 124 knot SFMR flagged. I'm seeing 130 knot SFMR flagged, but nothing unflagged. Everything's been
Oh,
flagged.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do this, Thomas, but Isaac's here and he's got up close imagery. If you're able to pull up that screen share right now too.
Yes, we can get some of that up close imagery going here. We have that up close imagery, and you can see that eye looks impressive. Isaac, what are you seeing right now at this? I mean, this looks absolutely impressive.
Well, I'm not able to take a measurement of the eye here, but what I'm seeing, of course, is just a classic, intensifying hurricane here. It's just absolutely, incredible and heartbreaking to see this happening this close to the coast here. Here's the coast of Nicaragua, right here in Honduras. You might be able to barely make out up to the top left there. And then we got this extremely dangerous major hurricane off the coast here that's just kind of sitting there wobbling around there. You could see in the later frames how the eye just kind of wobbles in the last few frames there. And it's just, I mean, honestly, we've seen so many strong storms and so many storms this year. I'm just pretty much all out of words here to really say it. I think the image really speaks for itself here and just how dangerous and life-threatening this hurricane is here.
And just
I have
a little bit of
some
an update
news
on that
here.
recon too.
We have
927.8, the extrapolated pressure with over top winds, and the first Cat 5 flight level wind barb just coming out on the southern side of the eye right now.
Yep. Cat 5 flight level winds are on the southern side of the eye. It looks like the southern side of the eye is actually stronger than the northern side, which is interesting. We'll see what happens when they make their southeast to northwest pass, which we should see at some point tonight. We will be determining here relatively soon whether this does constitute a Category 5 hurricane rating. We'll be talking about that here in a little bit. But right now, again, Recon has just updated. We are finding those Category 5 winds in the southern Eyewall at the flight level. We haven't had SFMRs yet, but we're going to be taking a look at this closely.
Yeah, the SFMRs are all flagged.
They're completely invalid. All of them are suspect. Yeah.
The rain rates are absolutely everywhere. So yeah, we can't really use SFMR for this pass, at least, to estimate the intensity of the storm.
Haven't had the full SFMRs for the southern Eyewall. We could yet get something useful out of it.
I could tell you that the temperature that we got in, at least at flight level in the eye, was getting pretty close to 20 Celsius.
It was.
Yes.
I think above 19, just below 20.
There was an 8 Celsius difference between outside the eye and inside the eye.
Outside the eye and inside the eye. And usually that temperature gradient's another indication of how strong the system is. Surprisingly, there isn't much of a dew point gradient, which I find to be really weird. Unless that sensor's just broken.
It might be.
Because that is just really... That's not what the dew point should be at all, because you would expect in the radius of maximum winds that the relative humidity would be 100%, and then you would expect the temperature and dew point to diverge rapidly as you go into the eye. And that's not what that's showing. I don't know what that's showing. That is weird. So I'm going to guess that dew point sensor is broken.
It would seem that way.
So we've got 927 millibars extrapolated from flight level. So that would put her at 929 millibars. Hell of a job with the pressure estimate there. That's what I gotta say. Absolute hell of a job.
I'm wondering with the size of the eye, whether the extrapolated and how incredible the gradient is, whether there might be some sort of error with the extrapolated pressures, and we could find something quite different with the drop zone.
You know, that's always a possibility. We're just going to have to see what the drop zone is. Of course, we're not going to get the drop until probably another 15 minutes or so. But either which way, the fact that we're even in the same ballpark as that is like I don't think that we're off by more than 5 millibars in either direction. I don't think it, based off that pass, I don't think it would be lower than 920. Because of how slow the storm's moving, it's not like that they completely whiffed the eye either. It looks like they got a really good chunk of it. Okay. I was hoping for some better news than this, but at the same time, I'm also really happy that satellite estimates are at least working.
That is true. I think it's also good that, at least from the evidence that we've gotten for now, the storm isn't as strong as it could be right now. We'll see what the southern side brings, but
I don't think that you're going to see anything higher than that. I think you're going to have that Cat 5 on the southern side, and that's what you're going to have. That's just what you're going to have. We're probably only going to get one more pass out of this plane before it leaves. So, shnikes.
I'm seeing that the extrapolated pressure supports a gradient of 17 millibars per nautical mile.
Wow.
Which is just incredible.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible.
And you have to remember that the wind force is proportional to 1 over the density times pressure gradient. So, Jesus.
I can't. I've lost the ability to speak quite clearly. Yeah, I cannot believe what I'm seeing, actually.
No, we have an incredibly powerful storm. I mean, it looks like the intensity estimates are fairly on the dot. We'll see. Just from satellite, which means that, first of all, the National Hurricane Center has hit this nail on the head. And second of all, I would like to commend our team for their intensity estimates throughout this storm's life. We did deviate a bit from the National Hurricane Center before their latest update. It looks like those intensity estimates may also have verified, so I really want to commend our team on their efforts in estimating the intensity of this storm.
I tell you, I went silent there for a couple of minutes while I waited for the recon to go through, and I was just hoping, please, just hoping for some good news. Good news we got in terms of intensity estimates. Unfortunately, that's bad news for Nicaragua, Honduras, and the rest of Central America.
Unfortunately,
I guess we were saying that it could have been worse than we think it is.
I'm glad that it wasn't worse than we thought it was.
Indeed.
I'm very, very glad that, because there were so many, because AMSU's flying off the charts, SATCON's flying off the charts, ADT's flying off the charts. And it's like, oh God, please tell me that these guys are just smoking a pipe. And luckily all of those satellite estimation techniques indeed were, and need to chill out for a little bit. It just goes to show you that, you can't just take the numbers at face value. You do need to interpret them. And yeah, that's pretty much all else I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we desperately needed recon all day, so we could get those correct data readings, and fortunately we have it now. And it's very grateful that we're not immediately having a Category 5 storm based on the initial recon data that's coming through. I mean, despite that, this is still an extraordinary risk for Central America. Not landfall in Nicaragua, but across the widespread region, not just from winds, but the massive rainfall it's going to be dumping.
Yeah, this isn't gonna. Yeah, this threat is not going to be limited to Nicaragua and Honduras. This is absolutely going to be an extremely widespread threat. But yeah, this data from Recon easily supports 150 miles an hour. I would even go ahead and say that this supports 155. But even then, maybe the flight level winds are a little too high for 155, but
We have the
would
rest
say-
of the data. Another flagged SFMR and 130 knot flight level. So we've seen 137 knot flight level peak.
Yeah,
in the
130.
southern Eyewall.
Yeah, and then you get 137 and then 130 back-to-back flight level. So that's actually pretty solid. So I would definitely say that that's enough to say that the storm's 150. I don't know if that's enough to go 155. You could, but I wouldn't. And 929 or 930 millibars based off of what the extrapolated pressure says, and we went with 159.30 at the top, right?
155, 930.
155, 930, yeah. So 150 or 155, 930, either which way. I mean, you're talking pretty much got this one right on the head.
So I've got the full data now. It was 134 knots.
130.
So 137 knot flight level followed by a 134 knot flight level.
That is, yeah. So definitely 150 miles an hour out of it. We'll probably have to have a second pass through a stronger portion of the Eyewall to see if we got 155. I mean, when you take into account it's only one pass, so the entire Eyewall is getting undersampled to hell and back when you're only doing one pass. So 155, 160 can't be ruled out. I doubt it's stronger than 160 at this point.
I would agree. It's unfortunate that all the SFMRs have been flagged.
No.
I haven't got any reliable data from that.
Well, the SFMRs are just SFMRs, unfortunately. It all has to do with measuring what the ocean's doing below. It's not a direct measurement of winds, unfortunately. It's an indirect inference of it. So that's another thing that some people may not 100% know about recon, is that when we talk about SFMR readings or any type of scatterometer readings, so that would include like ASCAT data and whatnot, those instruments are not actually measuring wind speed. What they're doing is they're bouncing microwaves off the ocean, and they're figuring out what the temperature of those microwaves are, going back, just figuring out from black body radiation what the temperature of those microwaves are, and that temperature correlates to wind speed. So something you have to remember is that that's not a direct measurement of wind speed. It is an inference. So that's why SFMR readings are kind of every once in a while, because it's not a direct measurement.
All right, and with that being said, we're going to be taking a very quick break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes talking more about the storm, but this first recon pass finding some interesting evidence supporting winds of 150 to 155 miles per hour, and we're still awaiting a dropson to find out what the final minimum central pressure is going to be. All right, we'll be back in a couple minutes.
You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Hello and welcome back to our next half hour of coverage on Major Hurricane Eta. The storm has had its first reconnaissance aircraft pass through it, and right now we're seeing very little, if any evidence at all, for a Category 5, so at least for this next half hour we will be holding with our intensity estimate of 155 miles per hour and 930 millibars. So again, we are not calling this a Category 5 at this time. We are remaining with winds of 155 miles per hour. To the team, we've seen these first recon readings. We're assuming that another pass is going to be found here shortly. We're going to be seeing another pass, and I'm thinking we're going to be seeing a southeast to northwestern pass here.
Well, recon hasn't gone out far enough
right now, I think.
It's just heading out from the first pass. It could go anywhere at this point.
The direction though while doing that is to the southwest, so they
I would think at this point the most likely trajectory is that they're going to go as far southwest as they can, and then they're going to parallel the coast going northward, and then they're going to do a northwest to southeast. I would assume that's what they're going to do.
We're going to find out, but again, at this time, we're not finding any evidence for anything above 155 miles per hour, and it appears that even 155 could be a little bit of a stretch.
Undersampling is a thing, unfortunately, so it could very well be 160 somewhere in that eye, but there's no direct evidence of it, that's for sure. We've only got the one pass, the pressure of 930 millibars, not exactly what you would think for a Cat 5, but it has happened before. I will say that if this does become a Cat 5, if we don't want to count Hurricane Joan, because I think this would be the southernmost Cat 5 in the Atlantic. This does beat Felix, doesn't it?
Southernmost was officially Matthew, wasn't it?
I thought it was Felix.
I think it managed to be Matthew.
Matthew isn't a Cat 5 anyways, I don't care. Felix. Yeah, Felix.
Let me see what the record is officially.
Yeah, it's probably if it's Matthew, it can't be by more than like 0.1 or 0.2 degrees, because Felix was in a very similar area to this storm.
Yeah, and I do want to just reiterate for people in the chat that even if it happens later, at least at this point in time, reconnaissance does not indicate a Category 5 storm. Definitely indicates an extremely powerful high-end Category 4 storm.
Yes.
That is extraordinarily life-threatening, not just for landfall, but well inland across Central America, and with its outer bands and areas that's already giving significant rainfall totals to outside of just where it's going to be moving its path over the next several days. But right now, at least recon does not indicate a Category 5 storm.
Yeah, and that is definitely good news. We were fearing that it may. Satellite appearance was looking excellent. I was personally having the expectation that they would find it, and I was actually having the expectation that we might find a pressure significantly lower than what we'd estimated. So I'm very happy with the fact that we have found a storm that is significantly weaker than it could have been. Still a catastrophic situation for Nicaragua and Honduras, though.
Yep, because I know everyone's really focused on the winds, because Saffir-Simpson scale is really heavily weighted to wind more than anything else. But we are talking again about a system that has the potential to drop a maximum of around 900 millimeters of rain, and then not just localized, but regional across large portions of Central America, not just in Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, Belize, or portions of Mexico, but even in portions of El Salvador and down further south in Costa Rica, Panama, and even in Jamaica. An additional 400 millimeters plus of rainfall is expected, widespread potentially in all of those areas.
Yeah, definitely, and we're going to continue to watch. closely as the storm does continue to move. The recon plane, we have just gotten news it has made a turn, so it does look like they will be making that southeast to northwesternly pass from that recon turn that we just found.
So they turn due east.
Yes.
Okay.
Not
the way I figured they were gonna go, but I'm fine with due east.
You get a pass through the same portion of the Eyewall, regardless.
I know. Well, either you're gonna get passed through the same angle. I would just think that it would be more useful if you parallel the coast and figure out, what areas are actually receiving tropical storm force winds and hurricane force winds right now, if there are any areas. But
that's fair. Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, you're either gonna get a southeast to northwest or a northwest to southeast pass doing that. So it's just a matter of orientation.
Yeah,
I guess fair enough, because they're gonna want to go northeast and then slingshot back northwest and then get the hell out of the storm, because they're only doing 2 passes.
We have an Eyewall drop sonde.
Oh,
about time.
About time.
That found a pressure of 930 millibar with winds of around 85 knots.
What?
85. There were some people in chat saying that Recon actually missed the eye to the east barely. So if we're seeing that, then that very well may be the case that they barely did miss that eye.
This appears to have been dropped early and missed the wind maxima because of how small it is. Or late.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think that might have been the drop zone that was supposed to go into the wind maxima.
It says dropped in the Eyewall.
Yeah.
It's only reporting 76 to 85 knot peak winds in the Eyewall.
Yeah, so
which
it
means
definitely...
it's either too soon or too late.
Yeah. And if it's 930 millibars, it was obviously dropped too late.
Yeah.
30 millibars with over 80 knots. Pretty obscene for indicating the actual pressure.
And we have the southwest Eyewall drop sonde, which has reported a pressure of 947 surface with simultaneous winds of 115 knots.
Okay.
Winds peaked at 142 knots during the drop. And I can work on the data now.
And those are the only 2 drops we're going to get. Nothing directly in the eye.
We don't appear to have an eye drop.
Oh, dear God.
It's possible one of those.
Oh, wait, no, we do. We do. It's just come in now. 928 millibars with 17 knot winds.
Okay.
928.
So with 17 knot winds, what does that mean? We'd make a slight adjustment
Make
to
it
that.
926.
927, 926. Considering that it was 930 with 70-some knot winds, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it was just 928.
Also, just to clarify for people in the chat, 142 knot winds in one of those drop zones was not at the surface or areas where
it was not.
represent the actual strength of the storm. It was that was
Yeah, 142 knot winds was at 932 millibars, which is 15 millibars above the surface, which is actually a pretty decent height there.
It's also very obvious that it's a gust from the data.
Yes, that is also a wind gust. So you need to go ahead and average out, the 100 and basically the final 50 millibars from 906 all the way down to 947. You want to take an average of all of that to figure out what an actual meaningful wind speed would be, and then adjust that down to the surface to get what you would get for a wind speed from the drop zone. So taking a look at this, the average would probably be in the low 130s, and that's a significant amount above the surface.
This drop sonde that we're talking about.
Yep.
It was dropped in the South Eyewall, and it reached the surface in the northeast Eyewall.
Oh. Okay.
It managed to rotate 135 degrees around the storm.
That is some really powerful winds.
You won't see that happen too often. We can tell you that.
No, I think that's consistent with how strong of a storm we have here.
Yeah, I'd say so. This is
Wow. Oh, good lord. Wow, look at this.
This.
I do also.
I gotta put this up on my screen right now. I don't think anybody's gonna be able to see this, but I gotta put something up on my screen right now. Can anyone see what I'm sharing?
we're looking at it right now. It's on the air.
Yep. I'm looking at
Yeah.
it.
So, when you go ahead and see a drop zone like this, this is an indication of a very, very powerful hurricane, because basically what you have here is up here at the upper levels, you have the temperature going to the right, and you have the dew point here, which is the green, that's going to the left. Now, what that means is that as you go to the left with the dew point, that means that your dew point's getting lower. That means that the air is getting drier as you're going up. Meanwhile, with the temperature on the right, as you're going there, obviously, since the air is being drier, the air itself in the eye is allowed to warm more. So that's going to be able to warm up a lot better. You know, if you have, I should back myself up. Water has a lot of latent heat associated with it. Air does not. So less saturated air is going to be able to warm up faster. So basically what this is that you have this textbook V pattern, which you see in very powerful tropical cyclones such as this. You'll see it in Laura. You'll see it in some other rapidly intensifying cyclones. But when you see it as this distinct, where there's almost a 90-degree bend here, that is an indication of a very strong eye, tons of dry air aloft, tons of sinking air in the eye, which is indicative that the eye is very strong. So whenever you see a drop zone like this, that means that you're looking at a very powerful storm.
Yeah, and I also just want to clarify as well, not related to the drop zone itself, but for update times, because daylight savings time just happened, the next full advisory from the National Hurricane Center is set to come out by 11 minutes from now at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that update will likely be out pretty imminently, using the data that they're able to get from those drop zones and the recon to ascertain what they are going to say the actual intensity of the system is. It's likely, based on what we've seen, not definitively enough to bump it up to Category 5, based on the data we've seen so far. But that pressure is lower than expected right now, at least, and is by a good margin right now the lowest pressure of the season so far in the Atlantic.
920. Whether if you want to go with 927 or 928, it looks like on the Vortex data message they're going with 928. I think that's fair considering what the other drop zone was reading. They're going with 928 on this. Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily lower than expected. When you're expecting 930 and you get 928, I mean, that's pretty much hitting it right on the button strat. Like, you can't really get too much more accurate than that, especially when you're talking about satellite estimates, which usually have error margins in tens of millibars. So the fact that we are well within single digits there, I would say, is a pretty remarkable accomplishment. And this isn't the only storm that we've done this with. So the storm pressure is pretty much right where we expect it to be. High 920s, low 930s, this case 928. 150, 155 miles an hour. Again, pretty much right what we were saying, right what the NHC was saying. You know, satellite estimates, as long as you know how to interpret them, you can really do a good job with them. And yeah, I can just commend the National Hurricane Center, commend these hurricane hunters for, again, just another clean pass. Jesus, I would not want to be flying a plane through this storm right now, which is obviously still intensifying, which is a terrifying thought.
In the vortex data message, I've noted that the temperature outside the eye was 10 Celsius, as shown, but they're saying the maximum temperature inside the eye maxed out at 21 Celsius at flight level.
Correct. Yeah.
Which is an 11 Celsius difference.
Yeah, and the data only showed us like 19.5 Celsius, so they must have seen something that we didn't, which happens. Mac,
Recon 2,
go ahead.
Much more decidedly going to the east now. So it reached.
Yep.
It did
we
actually
have the advisory.
Oh, go for that.
Just trying to get it up. They've stayed at 150 and gone down to 927. Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters find that Eta has continued to rapidly strengthen as it approaches northeastern Nicaragua. Life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and landslides expected across portions of Central America. 14.1 north, 82.7 west, as of 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 3 UTC. About 70 miles to the south-southeast of Cabo Gracias a Dios on the Nicaragua-Honduras border, and about 45 miles due east of Puerto Cabezas in Nicaragua. As I said, the maximum sustained winds are 150 miles per hour, or 240 kilometers per hour. The present movement is west-southwest, or 245 degrees at 7 miles per hour, and the minimum central pressure is 927 millibars. There have been no changes in the watches and warnings with this advisory.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically about what you'd expect with the data that we saw from that recon so far. Maybe
storm surge has been changed. A dangerous storm surge will raise water levels by as much as 14 to 21 feet above normal tide levels.
Whoa.
I would just also like to point out that the National Hurricane Center now forecasts the storm to peak as a 140 knot, 160 mile per hour Cat 5 before landfall.
So that's probably the breaking news story out of this more than anything else that we've covered the recon, because their actual update's more of a reiteration of that. But the National Hurricane Center, at least, is now forecasting Eta to become a Category 5 hurricane before making landfall.
Rainfall is unchanged, staying at 35 knot peak. 35 inches.
35 inches.
Yes.
Let's read out.
I think that's a low ball, but all right, NHC.
I'll just read out the forecast point for that Cat 5 forecast. Forecast valid November 3rd, 12 UTC. They have it forecast to be at 13.9 degrees north, 83.3 degrees west. Maximum wind 140 knots, which is about 160 miles per hour. With gusts of 170 knots, which I believe is 195 miles per hour. Again, they forecast a Cat 5 peak out of this before landfall. So again, a really serious storm here. Really hope everybody's taking this seriously here and staying safe. This is going to be a. I just can't comprehend, this is happening, but this is going to be another dangerous and destructive storm, unfortunately, by the looks of it here. And I know I've said that many times before, and other people have said that many times before this season and this year. It's just really unfortunate to see this all happening this year. I don't really have any words for this. I'm kind of just, I don't know what to say, really.
Something I'm noticing about the recon is that as the plane moved through the Eyewall, the updrafts were so intense that the plane gained 130 meters in altitude.
Yes.
I will also note right now that the graphic and forecast discussion aren't fully out yet, but if you use the forecast advisory...
Can you imagine going through turbulence and getting shot up 130 meters in turbulence?
It's absolutely insane.
That has to be
we are going to take a quick break real quick. We'll be back in about 5 minutes to talk more about this storm. It appears that this reconnaissance data flight will be going through for one more pass, and then we'll have another recon aircraft. This next hour of coverage, unless something crazy happens, will be our final hour of coverage for this particular segment before we do move to landfall coverage a few hours before that landfall. So, the big news is the National Hurricane Center now forecasts Hurricane Eta to be a Category 5. We'll have our latest intensity estimate at top of the hour. Alright, we're going to be taking a quick break. We'll be right back.
continues in a moment. You can follow Force 13's outlets, the website, force13.com, our YouTube page, youtube.com/Force13, on Facebook under the same name, Force13, and our Twitter handle, it's @Force13 if you wish to get in touch. You can also add Force13 on Skype, and my personal account on Discord, Fool13, at extension 9094. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to our final hour of live coverage for the night tonight regarding this insane tropical cyclone, Major Hurricane Eta, at this time. So with that being said, we've had a lot of new news. The National Hurricane Center just released their new advisory on this storm. Winds of 150 miles per hour, pressure of 927 millibars. We're running with 155, and we've also lowered our pressure to 927 alongside NHC. With the reconnaissance aircraft data that has been received. We'll be receiving another pass tonight from this storm, and then we'll also be continuing to get more information throughout the next few days. Something that's really important, the watches and warnings do get updated on these. So Isaac, what are the new watches and warnings from the National Hurricane Center since this update?
And a hurricane warning means that hurricane conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area, in this case within the next 12 hours or so. Preparations to protect life and property should be completed. A tropical storm warning means that tropical storm conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area within 36 hours. A hurricane watch means that hurricane conditions are possible within the watch area. A watch is typically issued 48 hours before the anticipated first occurrence of tropical storm force winds. Conditions that make outside preparations difficult and dangerous. A tropical storm watch means that tropical storm conditions are possible within the watch area, generally within 48 hours. Interests elsewhere in Nicaragua and Honduras should monitor the progress of the system. And for more information specific on your area, please monitor products issued by your local National Weather Meteorological Service.
All right, with that being said, do we have any radar imagery on this storm right now? Because I'm hearing from some people that there could be an Eyewall replacement cycle beginning. Before we do talk about that, we do have Kay with us. Kay, the National Hurricane Center has released a new forecast discussion. What have they been saying?
Okay, so the latest discussion from discussion number 10, issued at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The NHC says that an Air Force Reserve reconnaissance aircraft has found that Eta has explosively deepened into a strong Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 130 knots and a minimum central pressure of 927 millibars. Eta has maintained a small 10 nautical mile wide eye that is evident in satellite imagery and on the San Andreas Columbia weather radar. The radar data also suggests that that concentric eyewalls may be forming, which would be an indication of the onset of an eyewall replacement cycle and a capping of Eta's intensity, which would bring an end to the rapid intensification cycle of the past 36 hours. The initial intensity is based on the 700 millibar flight level winds of 137 knots and SFMR surface winds of 130 knots. Some additional strengthening is expected, and Eta could become a Category 5 hurricane before landfall occurs. After landfall, Eta should weaken quickly while it moves over the mountainous terrain of Central America. With regards to the track forecast, there is no significant change to the previous track forecast reasoning. It's now moving southwestward at 6 knots, having slowed, and a mid-level ridge over the south-central United States should steer Eta west-southwestwards towards the coast of Nicaragua, with the hurricane making landfall early on Tuesday. After landfall, it's expected to gradually recurve as it moves across Central America. Its low-level circulation may not survive its passage over the mountainous terrain of Central America, but most of the global models continue to depict a cyclone or its remnants moving over the northwestern Caribbean Sea by late week and into the weekend. Therefore, the new National Hurricane Center track forecast continues to show the system emerging over the northwestern Caribbean late in the period, although this remains uncertain. Since Eta is likely to be a very slow-moving system after it makes landfall in Central America, torrential rains and flooding will be a major threat.
Well, that does appear to be a pretty in-depth analysis of Eta at this time. Again, 155 miles per hour, 927 millibars is what Force 13 is running with. We're going to be getting a new reconnaissance aircraft pass here soon, and we'll be able to get more data as to just how strong the storm is. There is a possibility that there has been some undersampling of the storm, but as of now, we are estimating a high-end Category 4 hurricane that is a Stage 9 on the CDPS scale and is likely to bring catastrophic impacts to Nicaragua as well as Honduras. To the team, we are expecting the storm to make landfall. The question is when? When do we expect the storm to make landfall? And, I will admit it's quite hard to predict right now. There are multiple solutions. National Hurricane Center, it appears, is going to be going with a landfall in about 12 hours' time. All right. Well,
I think it's really all dependent on whether how long the storm decides to stay around where it's at here. If it decides to stay around a little bit longer and kind of stall and meander around the same general region, that potentially could be pushed back. If it decides to move a little bit quicker than forecast, that of course could be pushed a little bit earlier than forecast here. So I guess it's really dependent on whether or not the storm decides to keep to get a move on within the next 3 hours overnight here, or if it decides to stall around and meander around the same area it's in for the next 3 hours. So I guess it's really dependent on that, in my opinion, at least. Kay, I don't know if you have any other opinions on that.
It would appear that when it does come to the timing of landfall, it is a complicated thing to measure with this particular thing. The HWRF model, which seems to have done a good job with this, is it appears to have this making landfall in about 3 hours' time, which obviously is not going to happen given the storm's speed. So HWRF's moving this too fast, and we'll see how fast the HMON's moving it as well. HMON also shows a landfall a little later at about 9 UTC, which would be about 3 in the morning. I don't know if that exactly would be a time to anticipate either. National Hurricane Center's forecast point has it making landfall around 9 in the morning, which, given how slow it's moving, I'm not going to put past it. At this point, I do have one question for the team. We have signs of an Eyewall replacement cycle being on the onset, and I'm very surprised that with that being a possibility, the National Hurricane Center is forecasting a Category 5 out of this. Given the fact that our intensity estimate was pretty spot on, and it's, it looks better than 155 on satellite appearance. It's not going to be able to improve much on satellite. Do we think that it's playing catch-up right now with the winds and pressure, or do we think this is its peak, and with this Eyewall replacement cycle, it's only going to be able to maintain from here?
Well, we should get an answer to that question very soon as the recon goes through the Eyewall. We'll be getting that data shortly. But Eyewall replacement cycle, it tried to do one earlier. The outer Eyewall completely dissipated. It appears to be trying to come back for a second attempt, and whether it will be more successful this time, we won't yet know. I believe the National Hurricane Center is forecasting a Category 5 peak for the sake of going with the more dangerous scenario, so that the proper impacts can be put out in the key messages, so that the people that are going to be affected have the most reliable data to work with.
And speaking of the key messages, we do have some new key messages that have come out here. Here are the new key messages from the National Hurricane Center as of 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They're saying catastrophic wind damage is expected where Eta's Eyewall moves onshore along the northeastern coast of Nicaragua tonight and early Tuesday. Tropical storm force winds are beginning to reach the coast within the hurricane warning area in Nicaragua, and residents there should have completed their preparations. A tropical storm warning is also in effect for the northeastern side of Honduras. A catastrophic and life-threatening storm surge, along with destructive waves, is expected along portions of the northeastern coast of Nicaragua, near and to the north of where the center makes landfall. Water levels could reach as high as 14 to 21 feet above normal tide levels in some parts of the hurricane warning area. Preparations to protect life and property should now be complete. Through Friday evening, heavy rainfall from Eta will likely lead to catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding and river flooding across portions of Central America, along with landslides in areas of higher terrain. Flash and river flooding is also possible across Jamaica, southeast Mexico, El Salvador, southern Haiti, and the Cayman Islands. So this does have quite the key messages. This is some catastrophic impacts that are anticipated right now. We do have some reconnaissance aircraft data updates that did just come in. Let's take a look at that, but we do have new aircraft data.
Yes, we do.
Let's take a look at that, and you can see there they are passing through the eye right now. A 135 knot flagged SFMR with a 135 knot unflagged right next to it, with a rain spike, so I'm not sure how seriously we can actually take that, and flight level winds there at around 130 knots.
132 to be specific from the raw data file, and the extrapolated pressure has dropped slightly. Well, actually no, it's about the same. But we haven't gone through the full eye yet, so we'll see what happens in the other side of the eye. But at the moment, we can't really see a difference.
No, we can't, but we'll have more information on that in about 8 minutes. As of now, though, the storm does remain still a high-end Category 4, no signs of weakening in sight, unfortunately. And again, maybe some potential strengthening. We'll see. Tim, I know you've been keeping a very close eye on this storm. You've been running satellite estimations on it for a while. You've been finding out what the eye temperature is, and you've been a really big help in helping us estimate the intensity of this tropical cyclone. What are you finding right now on satellite?
Last look off of Real Earth had the eye temperature at 14 degrees Celsius.
Wow, so that is quite a high eye temperature, very high. And, you know, I mean, that's with a pinhole on a slanted imagery. So this could be higher. We'll see. Again, we'll have more recon data coming in around 6 minutes, give or take. And we'll have a better idea of what to see at that point.
That eye temperature would explain why the latest NOAA ADT, as of an hour and 14 minutes ago, went with a T7.0 final, or 140 knots. Now, of course, that's not directly observed in the storm. This is a satellite estimate that's been extrapolated based off the cloud tops and the eye temperature and nothing else. And we can see from the reconnaissance measurements that it's perhaps not perfectly accurate. However, it does seem to have the sea level pressure pretty spot on. It has it at 926 millibars. Surprisingly accurate. Although this is an hour old, so perhaps a bit too intense for that time.
Perhaps. Still impressive, though, and definitely something to put into consideration. Looking at latest satellite imagery, you can see there some really zoomed in and high-resolution satellite imagery courtesy of Isaac. Isaac, what are we looking at right now, and what structural changes have you noticed as of late?
Well, we're looking at, of course, a still powerful hurricane, regardless if it's a Cat 4 or Cat 5, does not set aside how dangerous and potentially deadly the storm could be here for the coast of Honduras and Nicaragua here. And I'm seeing on satellite imagery here pretty much the same as I've been seeing the past 3 hours here. A really well-defined small eye here, as you can see, as it progresses down to the southwest there slowly. I have noticed, just looking at the satellite imagery, perhaps the CDO temperatures have warmed slightly here in the last few frames compared to how they were earlier. See, earlier they're more kind of a whitish gray over here, and later on as the frames progress, they get a little slightly slightly warmer here, so it'll be interesting to see if this is a trend that will continue, or if this is just a temporary trend the storm is going through at this point. But that's what I'm noting at this point from satellite imagery.
Yeah, some very interesting things to note. Force 13 has just gotten their new cone ready to go. This will be released on social media soon, but this is our latest forecast. Pretty in line with the National Hurricane Center here, anticipating a Category 5 landfall, 155 miles per hour, 927 millibars, and you can see there 160 mile per hour landfall is currently anticipated, a slight downgrade from our previous cone. And we do agree with the National Hurricane Center that this will regenerate into a tropical storm as it does head over the Caribbean. This is courtesy of Ethan Bruning, one of our better forecasters, who is on the case here. One of our top forecasters, head of the graphics department. He has produced this cone. Again, a 160 mile per hour landfall currently anticipated for Nicaragua before the storm does rapidly weaken into a remnant low. And then again, regeneration is anticipated 5 days out. This season just doesn't stop, doesn't it?
It seems like it just seems like we've been through this rodeo many times before. It's like deja vu. I mean, honestly, this has happened a lot of times this year, and we hope that this wouldn't happen, but it's happening again here, right in front of our eyes, unfortunately.
Yeah, what's been interesting, and I've been kind of keeping an eye on it as I've been looking at the satellite data, is what we're seeing, at least what I'm seeing, is a classic stair-stepping oscillation movement with Eta, where for a while it was going due west. It's kind of taken more of a southwest trend to where it is now 65 miles from Puerto Cabezas, which is where we initially thought we could have been seeing landfall from the previous forecast. It's now forecasted to pass about 11 miles to the southeast of Puerto Cabezas based on the NHC 12Z fix on their forecast.
Wow. So yeah, I mean, this is definitely good stuff to know. You can see there on Isaac's really zoomed in imagery there, those minus 80s just not able to wrap around that pinhole eye. Those temperatures do increase before heading into the pinhole eye, and that might be some indication of an outer eyewall forming, and perhaps a newer eyewall trying to form there, and that's why we have that temperature increase before we do get into those minus 70s and 80s. What do we think the odds are on eyewall replacement cycle is occurring right now? I know you had some radar data earlier, so you know the status of those outer bands better than we do.
Well, let me go ahead and actually switch that if I can here for a moment. Give me a second. But yeah, radar showed concentric eyewalls here for the past 2 hours here, even earlier this morning when it was just starting to get into radar range. Let me quickly go to it here. There it is. Here's radar again from, this is off of an island in Colombia, San Andreas Island over there. We're getting radar feed from it. It's a little bit far out of their range, but they can still see the eye here quite clearly. And if you have a good eye here, you might be able to notice the outer eyewall that's been persistent here pretty much since this storm has gotten within radar range of this radar site here. So it's really interesting to see how it's just been constantly just roughly in the same area here. And then, of course, we got that powerful inner eyewall. We're going to see those, of course, 150 mile-an-hour winds with higher gusts right in there, according to radar.
For sure, and we should receive some new recon data shortly if we haven't already, as the update will be coming out shortly. But in the interim, we're going to continue to take a look at the possibility of an eyewall replacement cycle. Something else I'd like to note, after this new reconnaissance data does come in, I think we're going to have a much better idea of whether this outer eyewall is getting a good hold of this storm. We're going to be finding that out shortly because, at least last I checked, Recon was finding some evidence of this eyewall replacement cycle as well, so we're going to be able to find out whether or not this is undergoing or in the beginning stages of that, and we can go into some more in-depth analysis of that after the half-hour break. But again, that reconnaissance aircraft data, we are anticipating that data coming in as we do head into what I would anticipate to be the strongest quadrant of the storm. We'll see. It looks like we do have some news.
They went into the northeast quadrant. They turned in the eye.
They turned in the eye to go into the northeastern quadrant. Okay, and what were the findings there?
125 knot unflagged SFMR and similar flight level winds of around 125 knots or so. The rain rate, I'm just trying to get it now, hasn't come through just yet.
We'll see. Do we have any extrapolated pressure data?
The lowest extrapolated pressure.
Hold on, I can see 919 millibars.
919.
I'm seeing 922.1. Just waiting for the full data file to come through.
Well, that pressure is significantly lower than in the previous pass.
I can bring you up the previous pass now. The lowest the previous pass got to was 927.4. We've seen 922.1. So that's a 5 millibar drop in 1 hour.
Wow. So that's impressive. That's really impressive. That is assuming that the extrapolated pressures are correct here. We'll have another drop sound soon that should give us a good idea of that eye. And I'm hoping that we're not going to be finding the pressure having deepened quite as much. But right now, that's not a good sign when it comes to the rate of intensification. It's definitely a concerning pass, to say the least.
Yeah, and we'll definitely get, after this reconnaissance plane leaves, we got another reconnaissance plane that took off, I believe, last hour, if I'm not mistaken. That's also going to be getting into the storm here, and within an hour or two here to also collect viable data, so we'll find out whether or not it's continuing to strengthen here, and perhaps this pass they got smack dab in the middle of the eye here, compared to the last pass before that.
Yeah, I also do want to look at the recon data courtesy of Tropical Tidbits here real quick. This is, in particular, really interesting. I'm seeing dual wind maxes on both sides of this pass, and I'm also seeing some signs of that on the previous pass. And with that and the maximas and rain rate, I'm pretty confident in saying that we have found this storm is at least beginning an Eyewall replacement cycle. We'll see if it fails again or if it does undergo that Eyewall replacement cycle. But at this time, according to the reconnaissance data, I'm pretty confident in saying that this is going to, it's at least beginning an Eyewall replacement cycle. Well,
I must admit, I'm hearing rumors that it may just be a insignificantly powerful rain band. And if anything, it might have become slightly less apparent since the last reconnaissance pass. The eye temperature has continued to increase. And yeah, the eye temperature has continued to increase.
It's true.
Which is just remarkable. The dew point instrument is giving us some strange results. It appears that it might be broken.
Yeah, I don't see that actually being something that you would see.
It's going in the wrong direction, basically.
Yeah, I don't think that's right at all. I don't think... Yeah. I especially with the dropson data that we saw, that's definitely wrong.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So I think we can say for a fact that those results are not accurate. All right, with that being said, we're going to take a couple questions before we go on break here. First questions being here. Someone requesting that during our bottom of the hour break, we have radar imagery up, so that way people can take a look at the radar. Isaac, can you pull up the radar for us real quick?
Certainly can. Just give me about a minute here and wait for my computer to stop freaking out.
All right.
It'll be to note, Thomas, that the radar imagery
There
that
you go.
Isaac is bringing up is from San Andres, and that is 114 miles away from the center of Eta. So that's why part of the radar imagery is not the greatest, but it is going to be just good enough for us to see that eyewall on that imagery when he gets it up.
It's up.
All right, and with that being said, we're going to go on a quick break here, and we'll be right back and talk for a final half an hour about this storm. We'll be keeping you up to date on other outlets as well after this stream ends.
coverage continues in a moment. You can follow Force 13's outlets, the website, force13.com, our YouTube page, youtube.com/Force13, on Facebook under the same name, Force 13, and our Twitter handle, it's @Force13 if you wish to get in touch. You can also add Force 13 on Skype, and my personal account on Discord, Fool13, at extension 9094. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
You are watching the final half hour of live coverage on Force 13's live streaming service. I'm your host, Thomas Schwent, and with me I do have my team consisting of Isaac, Amy, David, Kay, and Tim. This is our final half hour of coverage tonight. We've seen a few things tonight. First of all, Force 13 nailing their intensity estimate on this storm, and second of all, it looks like a still rapidly intensifying Eta. With that being said...
You are quite correct in that, Schwent.
Yes, and with
I would
that...
support that.
Yeah, and I would say that it's at least relatively obvious to a lot of us, that this storm isn't done intensifying yet. I know we were talking about the possibility of an Eyewall replacement cycle. Kay, you said that there was, on the rumor mill, the possibility this was a rain band. I'm looking at this radar. I feel like I'm seeing some sort of defined secondary Eyewall, and with the recon, I'm seeing a double WinMax as well. I'm thinking that this is more likely an Eyewall replacement cycle. We'll just have to see. What are your thoughts on the matter?
It's going to be difficult determining exactly what's going on with the resolution of the radar, but still rapidly intensifying according to the extrapolated pressures. Waiting for the dropsonde or VDM data to come out. For the eye, we might see something interesting. Who knows? In fact, given how fast the dropsondes were rotating, they might have gone through the northeast eyewall to get a dropsonde into the northwest eyewall. I've been told that's where the strongest winds are likely to be.
That's what I've heard as well, and we'll probably see reconnaissance data on that within the next hour or so. We'll be off the air by then, but we'll be keeping you up to date on our outlets, on our Facebook, our Twitter, and other outlets as well. So be sure to stay tuned for that. We will keep you up to date if any big news unfolds. If we do decide to make an upgrade to Category 5, you'll be hearing that on our social media platforms and our Discord server as well. But with that being said, yeah, right now I think primarily what we're waiting on is that reconnaissance aircraft data. With that, I'm taking a look at satellite right now. And I know Isaac mentioned it in the last half hour, but that satellite appearance, it's not looking quite as good as it was. I think we may have seen our satellite peak at least. But the storm still appears to be rapidly intensifying, according to Recon. So, first of all, what's the ceiling for this storm? And second of all, do we think it's peaking right now, or do we think it's going to continue to intensify further?
I'm not exactly seeing a significant degradation in the satellite presentation. There will be fluctuations due to the pinhole nature of the storm, but on the whole it's doing very well. I've seen people say that it looks out of place and that it would be more at home in the West Pacific with these cloud tops, and I can definitely agree with them on that. With regards to how rapidly it's still intensifying, because once we get drops on confirmation, we'll be more certain on this. But if it is dropping at 5 millibars per hour, that's indicative of a storm that's not at peak yet and has got a way to go still, and it's got a lot of latent heat. Especially with the temperature in the eye still rising, we could well see this go for several hours, and thankfully around the time it might be peaking we have another recon plane that's about to arrive in an hour or so, so we should have fairly continuous recon coverage while it approaches its peak intensity, which is something you rarely get with these storms that peak so quickly. But yeah, I think it's got a bit to go still, unless that Eyewall replacement cycle kicks in real sharpish.
Yeah, and we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, of course, the National Hurricane Center forecasted to, of course, reach Category 5 intensity here. So definitely will be interesting, really interesting and crucial, probably 12 hours here with this storm. And I know I sound like a broken record because I keep on saying it, but it's the same still remains true here, regardless of whether it peaks as a high-end Cat 4 or low-end Cat 5 at this point. does not matter because the impacts will still be devastating and life-threatening here for parts of Nicaragua and Honduras, as they're already getting some heavy rainfall and flooding from this system already, and it hasn't technically made landfall yet. It's still a few hours away from making landfall here. So it's a really serious flooding threat, storm surge threat, and of course wind threat for wherever it decides to eventually make landfall in here. So I don't really want to I don't really want to, discount those two factors as well, aside from wind speed at this point from this storm.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. But yeah, Force 13 will be remaining with its Category 4 intensity for the remainder of the hour. We have seen no evidence to support a Category 5 hurricane at this point. I think some of us might actually be a little surprised by that, but regardless of that, we're probably going to see the strongest winds in the eye soon, and again, after the stream does end, if there are any major changes in intensity, we'll be sure to let you know through our social mediums. Well, we are in the final 20 minutes of this stream, so I think it's only appropriate to take some questions. So please just mention us at Force 13, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Alright, just waiting for some questions to come in. Alright, first question, is there dual outflow on this storm? Absolutely there's dual outflow on this storm. But I do have to say, I feel like the outflow channel on the northern side is definitely looking better than the outflow channel on the southern side. I don't know what you guys are seeing.
It's normally how it works, given it's easier to
have outflow
to the north because the pressures are higher there. So
yeah, and it's poleward, so naturally.
And it is also also poleward because everything moves away from the equator towards the poles.
Yeah, but this definitely does have dual outflow. Alright, we've got lots of questions coming in here. Will South Florida get affected by this storm is a question of all things. Possibly. In the longer range, there's a possibility of that. Don't know. I don't think that we can say anything with much certainty right now, but the National Hurricane Center is anticipating the storm to redevelop as it heads into the Caribbean Sea after hitting land. So that's definitely something to consider here. Alright, next question. What conditions is the coast of Nicaragua closest to the eye experiencing right now? We don't actually know. I'll take a look and see if we have a good idea of where those hurricane force winds are. ADT, at least in my experience, has a decent wind fix, and we don't have much reconnaissance data near the Nicaragua coastline. But according to ADT, hurricane force winds could be right along the coast right now, just teetering off the coast. So at this point, definitely tropical storm force winds along the coast, and possibly hurricane force winds for those closest to the eye.
Actually, Thomas, going off of the NHC data, they have tropical storm force winds going out 100 miles to the northwest. That would put the landmark of Cabo Gracias a Dios in the tropical storm force conditions radius on the northwest side.
Yeah. Next question. What is the chance of this becoming Cat 5? At this point, I'm going to go with 95%. The odds are that this storm is going to continue to intensify. Recon is finding a pressure that is rapidly dropping. It's only 5 miles an hour away. So the odds are that I think it'll do it. There are a couple of factors that could make it not do so. The first factor is an Eyewall replacement cycle could be beginning. If that really ramps up here, that could halt any further intensification until landfall. And secondly, we could have some sort of unexpected wind shear come in at any moment, but I doubt that's going to occur.
It's unlikely we'll get miraculous shear for 2 rapidly intensifying storms in a row.
That is a fair assessment. Is the eye contracting or expanding along with the hurricane force and tropical storm force winds? As of now, I don't think it's changing in size too much. It could expand significantly if an Eyewall replacement cycle begins, though. So
earlier on, it was contracting as it intensified, as storms often do.
Yeah, that it definitely was. But right now, I don't think it's contracting all that much, if it's contracting at all.
I mean, just looking at satellite frames here. I mean, earlier, of course, the eye was much smaller by the looks of it, and now the latest frames, it's a tiny bit wider, not by much though, not by much, but just something to note here. But it could, of course, also be due to the high cirrus clouds in the eye itself going away over time here. So it could be just the eye is pretty much the same size, just the trick of the satellite imagery here.
Yeah, we'll see. Another question, is this storm a Category 5 right now? There is no evidence to support that, and anyone that tells you there is lying to you. This is not a Category 5 by our estimates. There is no good reason to make this a Category 5. If anyone is telling you that this is a Category 5, they are lying to you. They do not know for sure that this is a Category 5. If they say that is misinformation. And that is something that we take very seriously here. We are very meticulous with our storm estimations. Earlier, we were considering, just based on satellite, going with the Category 5, but we decided against it because it is really important to us that we get the most accurate information out to you possible, and we knew there was a possibility Recon wouldn't find it. That's exactly what happened. So, there are people that do jump the gun a little too early. This would be one of those cases. This is certainly not a Category 5 right now, at least according to the latest reconnaissance data. That could obviously change at any time. Next question. Let's take a look here. We have a lot of questions. What would be the best past storm to compare Eta to right now? Kay, I think you'd have the best knowledge base of anyone here for this, so I'll let you take this question.
So in terms of how rapidly it's intensified, it's comparable to Wilma and Delta. But then in terms of the rainfall impacts it's expected to bring, it would be comparable to Mitch for this area. Although Wilma did bring in catastrophic rainfall to the Yucatan Peninsula area, so another similarity with that storm. And then, yeah, it's sort of a combination of two storms, rapidly intensifying as fast as Wilma, and then stalling over Central America like Mitch. And neither of those things are good. And the fact that it's expected to move off the coast and regenerate into a tropical storm, and probably intensify significantly, if not rapidly, over the still incredibly favorable conditions in the West Caribbean, with even hotter sea surface temperatures than what it had for the current period of rapid intensification, is just, I don't want to think about it at this point. We should be focusing on the here and now. It's just a lot to think about, given that it's all still waiting on the other side of the Honduran coast.
Yeah, we do have a new dropson that came in from the southeastern Eyewall. This latest dropson showing a wind gust up to 155 knots. That's quite the wind gust. The mean wind is quite high, though. I mean, we're seeing winds over 150 knots from 921 to 940 millibars. So that's quite the gust, and it does indicate that we do have wind gusts of at least 175, 180 miles an hour in this thing. So you're getting,
Dropson supports 130 knots, 150 miles an hour.
That is for the sustained, correct?
That is for the sustained, yes.
Yes, I'm talking about the gusts. The gusts could be much higher, is what I'm trying to bring as a point right now. It looks like we have evidence to say that wind gusts are all the way up to around 175, 180 miles an hour. So you have, the sustained 150 to 155 mile an hour sustained speeds, and you have those 175 wind gusts. That doesn't paint a pretty picture at all.
When hearing that is somewhat reminiscent to I believe Hurricane Charlie. Hurricane Charlie, for those of you guys who are tracking back to 2004, that peaked as 150 mile an hour Cat 4 along the Florida coastline, and that had, I believe, one gust up to 175 miles per hour as well.
Yeah, I mean, these storms are exceptionally powerful, and once you're getting to the point of 150, 155 miles per hour, the term of a Category 5 hurricane is more semantics than it is an actual change in the amount of damage that it's going to cause. I mean, at this point, you're so close to a Category 5 anyway, the damage is going to be virtually the same. At this point, what we're just wondering with the Category 5 is just whether it's going to get that title or not. Regardless, though, the impacts for Nicaragua and Honduras are going to remain about the same. You're going to be getting absolutely devastating flooding and rainfall from this storm surge, now up to 21 feet forecasted by the National Hurricane Center, which is insane. That's higher than Michael, if I recall correctly. And we're also getting those wind speeds of 155 miles an hour. It's really stacking up to be a bad situation for the Nicaragua coastline and Honduras as well. Devastating flooding has already began, and I don't see this ending anytime soon, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day and night for a lot of people along the Nicaragua coastline, unfortunately, and I'm not too keen on the geography and how well built the houses are over there, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe most of the houses are mostly made out of just really kind of loose tin and metal and sheet roofing here for the most part. So I would fear to see what the damage is like wherever the storm decides to make landfall here and the potential impacts it causes here. Keep in mind, this is not, of course, like the United States, where we have a lot of brick and metal, concrete houses and structures here. It's a little bit of a different situation in Nicaragua here, so I'd really dread to see what the damage is like once the storm finally decides to make landfall here on the coast, wherever it decides to make landfall here. And like I've said, Thomas has said, and many other people before have said, this season and with other storms besides this, it does not matter whether the storm reaches a Cat 5 or stays a high in Cat 4. The impacts are still going to be severe and life-threatening. I really want to stress that here. You can't discredit, a high-end Category 4 here. This is going to be a serious storm here for a lot of people on the Nicaragua, Honduras area. And again, like I said, with Super Typhoon Goni, we're watching history in the making here. It's just an incredible and really sad sight to see this going on this season.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Isaac. And yeah, the semantics of whether this hits Category 5 or not is really irrelevant. You're talking a high-end Stage 8 on the CDPS, which is one of our scales that we use to estimate damage potential for these kind of storms. We know Super Typhoon Goni went through the Philippines and the Catanduanes region as a low-end Stage 9. So you're not looking too much difference in terms of the damage potential for Nicaragua. If you've seen the photos out of the Philippines, that was Stage 9 damage. This is going to be potentially Stage 8 damage. You're probably going to see some similar impacts along the Nicaragua coastline for what we've seen over the Philippines. And I'm not even trying to doomcast or anything like that. That's just the honest reality, especially if the Nicaragua coastline is of the same building structure that we've seen out of the Philippines.
For sure. Devin did upgrade this to a Stage 9 a couple hours ago, so this is equivalent now to Goni when it comes to the destruction potential. So I did just want to make that clear here. Devin did make that upgrade a couple hours ago, unfortunately, because of the unprecedented strength of this storm.
So, well, now that that's been clarified, if you've seen pictures out of the Philippines and you know anybody down in Nicaragua, that damage is going to be very similar.
It just really paints a picture of how dire and serious the situation is here. I mean, if there's somewhat of a silver lining here, is because the storm was moving at a fairly slow manner, you may have a tiny bit more time to prepare for trying to really complete those last minute preparations. It should have been done hours ago here. But if we're really trying to finish and rush those last preparations to completion here, may have an hour or two, maybe slightly more, slightly less here, as the storm kind of meanders around just off the coast here for the next few hours here before it decides to get a move on. And, I really want to stress, you have to be in a really strong, sturdy shelter with this particular storm. We can't ride this out on the coastline. If we ride this out on the coastline, you're going to risk your life here. If we do so, you have to ride this out inland and in a concrete, safe and closed structure here. And I assume that'll probably be maybe government buildings, city council buildings nearby. Those are probably going to be some of the strongest structures around, if I had to guess. Again, I don't really know how exactly the structures are in Nicaragua. But again, this is a really serious storm here, and if we're not taking it seriously here, you could put your life in danger here. Unfortunately, this is about as serious as it gets down here in Nicaragua.
Yeah, it is about as serious as it gets. People are saying that their reconnaissance data isn't updating. We've gotten updates recently, I believe.
It was just that drop zone. The high density observations have ceased for about half an hour now, and we're only getting that drop zone is the only data we've gotten from either of the planes in the last 40 minutes. So there seems to be some sort of issue at the National Hurricane Center or something, but I'm sure we'll find out what's happening sooner or later.
I'm sure we will. We're getting down to the final minutes of the stream. It looks like we do have some indications that the second plane, AF-303, might be turning back. We'll be finding out soon. And so we'll be keeping you up to date on that. Hopefully we'll have more info on that before the stream stops. But the stop of transmission, I mean, Recon's just been having problems all day today. You know, I mean, we're hoping to have a really good idea of what the storm's looking like, and now we do. I'm hoping that we can continue to have that idea. Isaac, on your latest imagery, I can't help but make the observation those cloud tops really seem to be waning, and now it looks like, as the eye finally looked like it might be giving way a little bit, we have a brand new band of those -70s coming right in there to fix up that little weakness that we saw there. Do you think this is a sign that the storm, the inner eyewall, could be fighting that outer eyewall?
Could potentially be here, and again, I wanted to note, like what I said earlier, I was looking at radar since this morning, and I did note, like you have noted, and Devin has noted, and many others have noted, that the double eyewall is there, so maybe it might be trying to finally get an eyewall placement cycle started here, or perhaps just trying to maintain its structure here. And the longer it stays over this general part of the ocean here, the more chance it's going to have to upwell waters as well too. You must keep in mind here. I'm not saying that's necessarily the case at this point, but you just got to keep that in mind as well. The longer it stays around in the same area, the higher chance that's going to be here. But it does appear to look like maybe slight chance or rumblings here, perhaps an eyewall placement cycle on its latest frames here on this Go 16 1-minute imagery here. So really interesting there.
All right, with that being said, I do just want to run through a summary of Eta once more before we do end off the stream for tonight and get some final thoughts from the team. Eta currently has winds at Force 13's estimation of 155 miles per hour with a pressure of 927 millibars. There is now evidence to support 924 millibars, and that will likely be the pressure that we would run with at top of the hour. We also have new forecast data from the National Hurricane Center, to which Force 13 has basically gone with. A 160 mile per hour Category 5 landfall is now forecasted for the Nicaragua coastline. We are expecting catastrophic wind damage from this storm, catastrophic and life-threatening storm surge, as well as catastrophic life-threatening flash flooding, river flooding, and mudslides being possible across Nicaragua. This is a stage 9 on the CDPS scale, meaning it is on the upper echelon of tropical cyclones in destruction potential, with over 3 feet of rain being possible and over 20 feet of storm surge also being possible. A remarkable feat for a storm like this, and this is in November. This is absolutely crazy. This is remarkable. And to the team, what are your final thoughts on this?
If I may, might I rattle off the watches and warnings one last time?
Yes.
Summary of watches and warnings in effect. A hurricane warning is in effect for the coast of Nicaragua from the Honduras-Nicaragua border to Sanda Bay, Sirpi. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the northeastern coast of Honduras from Punta Patuca to the Honduras-Nicaragua border. A hurricane watch is in effect for the northeastern coast of Honduras from Punta Patuca to the Honduras-Nicaragua border, and a tropical storm watch is in effect for the northern coast of Honduras from west of Punta Patuca westwards to Punta Castilla. A hurricane warning means that hurricane conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area, in this case within the next 12 hours or so. Preparations to protect life and property should have been completed. Interests elsewhere in Nicaragua and Honduras, outside the warnings, should monitor the progress of this system, as widespread, potentially catastrophic rainfall is expected throughout this area as the storm moves inland.
Alright, with that being said, to the team, any final thoughts? Tim, what are your final thoughts on the situation?
This is going to be a very catastrophic event once this does make landfall. I'm not sure if we touched on it enough, but storm surge can be anywhere between 14 to 21 feet. That's not counting how far that storm surge inundation is going to move inland once this does make its landfall. This is definitely not a storm you want to take lightly. If you are along the coastline, you need to be moving further inland. Otherwise, the storm surge could be very life-threatening. If you're not careful, you could lose your life in this storm. Do not take this storm lightly.
All right, any final thoughts from the rest of our team? David, what are your final thoughts on the situation?
Well, I'll back up what's been said, and we'll continue to bring the coverage, but over the period of time that we've been on air, the hurricane has really improved in structure, and I'm waiting to see what the next recon flight data will be, but it's one for the history books.
That is for sure. And finally, Amy, any final thoughts on this before we do head off the air?
I just hope that everyone in Nicaragua and Honduras are staying safe and they're in their safe areas. Even if this does not become a Category 5, it's still a very dangerous storm nonetheless. And don't just focus on categories. This is still a very dangerous storm. I hope everyone stays safe.
All right, and with that being said, we do have some final news. AF303 remains en route to Eta. It has not turned around, according to our chief hurricane analyst, Devin Williams. So we will be saying that, at least for now, it appears that we still do have the plane heading towards Eta. If any big news does come out, you can see it on Force 13's Facebook pages and Twitter pages. We also have a Discord server linked in the description and a 24/7 live stream for further coverage on the situation. Alright, thank you so much for watching. We do appreciate your time. We hope that we've given you some useful information throughout this. We'll likely have another stream tomorrow morning before the storm makes landfall, so stay tuned for that. This could be a Category 5 by then. Alright, again, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
Force 13 has launched a merch store where you can support our project even more by showing our colours, just like this shirt I'm wearing. Or if the weather gets a bit colder, maybe this hoodie as well, of course. And of course, they go in all kinds of different varying colours. Or even pillows. I love a good pillow fight. Or even these amazing hurricane-themed phone cases. Or how about a drink out of this Force 13 mug? So you can find the wonders of Force 13's merch store online at store.force13.com. Ah! Oh! Who did that? Making its infamous landfall, Hurricane Michael is still a Category 3 as it enters the state of Georgia.